So good afternoon from Didsbury Cricket Club. Actually, we're just on the cusp of the afternoon. This is James Emerson, the Didsbury scorer, and we're getting ourselves ready for the Premier Division match today between Didsbury and our visitors Brooklands. As you can see from the graphic, Brooklands have won the toss and they've decided, quite understandably and correctly, to have a bat. So everyone's just getting themselves ready. You can see Nick Anderson, Didsbury captain, with the ball in hand. All good. He's talking to the umpires there. So we're about ready, a few minutes early, but that's okay. Might as well get on with it. And it'll be Todd Walker taking the first ball from Nick Anderson. And he's away with a sharpish single there, actually. So brisk start for Todd Walker. He's away, so that brings David Cunliffe on to strike. Just get his guard there. And see, it's a bit of a sloppy single up for Didsbury to give away. Dan Ward at square leg. And it's that short, that's spooned in. Oh gosh, horribly miscued by David Cunliffe, and lucky that was off the splice of the bat, really, because had he, it was a nothing shot. Tom McGowan at mid-on coming in, it's too far back. But that was a rather nervy start. See the two slips, Ed Newman and Rob Semi. Waiting if something comes off the outside of the bat. Stood that one out nicely. We got Tom Bidwell at backward point. And Sam Leach on the edge of the circle, extra cover. Steve Green at short. Well, he's sort of a short extra cover. Tim Hughes at mid-off. Sorry, Sam's more cover itself. Liam Booth down at fine leg, just out of your shot. He's warming up. He'll be taking the ball from the Fletcher Moss end shortly. Beautiful day, as you can get the impression of from the pictures. Lovely clear blue sky, not very much breeze at all. And lovely warm temperature. Much to my dismay, I've been informed we're taking 2 drinks breaks. Neither myself nor my fellow scorer Roy Higginbottom can quite believe it. But such has been decided. So we'll have a bit of a hiatus in play at times. But anyway, that's a little way away yet. Last ball of the first over. And that's glanced away, I think, off the thigh pad. It's just going to be 1 something. And it is a leg by. So 2 off the first over. And as I say, we'll see as the predicted Brooklands lineup. Might not be exactly like that, but that's their team today. And we'll see Liam Booth from the far end, the Fletcher Moss end. Liam Booth. Yeah. So Liam just looking around at the field. Tom McGowan down at fine leg is the only man out. Those 2 slips. Square leg, mid wicket, mid off. Sorry, mid on and mid off. Cover and backward point. Liam Booth in to David Cunliffe. Swung that back in a little bit, but yeah. And straight away, Charlie Lowen is up to the stumps. Did this a fair bit last week during the cup win, National Cup knockout win that you might have seen, and he's wasted no time in coming and standing up. Oh, that's in the air and caught. Yes, and perhaps the presence of the wicket-keeper put a sort of seed of doubt into Dave Cunliffe's mind, and he just stabbed forward. He's still standing there, but he's chipped it back, and everyone's happy. Now the umpires are conferring, and they've said not out. Oh.
I believe they offered you £100 to score and you said no.
Well, that's look to my naked eye to be a life for David Cunliffe. He just seemed to tap it straight back to the bowler. The umpires have judged it to be a bump ball, much to the dismay of the Didsbury fielders, but the decision's made, so on we go. And he's got away with four runs. First boundary of the day. Dave Cunliffe off the mark after a rather nervy start for him. There we go, it should be right.
I can't see well enough to know.
No. But, the batsman certainly didn't seem interested in going anywhere. And the fielders had absolutely no doubt, certainly not the bowler. But as I say, decision's made, so we get on. Digs it out as well. A good accurate over from Liam Booth, 4 from it, and an escape for Dave Cunliffe it looked like, but he will. The umpires were quite happy that the ball had bounced first, so there we are. Anderson in again. Todd Walker has a full toss. He's got away with that, Nick Anderson. Okay. Okay. No.
He's never played it.
Okay. Okay.
Although he was a Didsbury member back in
Okay.
the 60s.
Okay. big shout, but
That's the second appeal where if he's out, the batsman's playing a really bad shot.
well, the key thing was obviously the umpire not interested. It wasn't a wholehearted appeal, but good ball. And Todd Walker having to play at everything here, which is important in these early overs particularly. Oh, another single there, which Didsbury will be disappointed with. Well judged by the batsman, but Dan Ward unable to cut that off from square leg. Umpire Martin now standing at point already on the left-hand side of your picture, which is absolutely fine. Just with the sun probably in a better position for him there. Last ball of this third over. Nicely pushed down, but no run for David Cunliffe, so a tight over. Just one from it. It'll be interesting to see how Didsbury go about this, because I don't think they'd have had any hesitation in batting either had they won the toss. But, Liam Booth in to Todd Walker. Certainly for Brooklands now, absolutely vital that they use all of this 55 overs. Charlie Lowen again coming up to the stumps. It certainly does put a lot more pressure on the batsman. To like to get a good stride forward, but have to make sure that they have a foot grounded behind that popping crease, which restricts the forward movement. Oh. That was very good, Charlie. Yeah, very good, very good, very tidy. Okay. Better memory than me, Roy. So bat onto pad there. One was straight into the ground, caught by Liam Booth, but to bump ball, so maiden over. Roy just showed me the details in the book of that stumping he was referring to last year, Charlie Lowen. And very adept. Standing up to the stumps. That's a gift for David Cunliffe. Full toss again. Second boundary for him. Clipped away nicely through mid-wicket. He's forced that one through as well, and that's going to be 4 more. That's through the offside. I'm going to cut that one back. And that's successive 4s for David Cunliffe. But that was a nice shot. Just leaned back, guided it rather than hit it. But you will, as we so often say on these commentaries, get full value. This outfield at Didsbury, absolutely rapid. 2 fielders in pursuit of that, Sam Leach and Tom Bidwell, but not a chance once it was past them. David Cunliffe into double figures. He's tried that shot again, but finds the man at backward point this time, but he'll be feeling a little better with life now. Oh, no. Maybe, well, maybe, yes, it's always the temptation, isn't it?
Never a defensive bowler, Nicky. He goes for runs.
Yeah, that's how it should be. Just looking at the early scores, Grappenhall 12 for 3 already just down the road at Cheadle. Cheadle here next week, and indeed in search of their first win since their return to the Premier Division, so they've made a great start there. But it'll be lovely conditions all around the county today. Forward, so very much Brooklands over that one, 8 off it, and 15 the score moves on to. Todd Walker had a fine season for Brooklands last year. South African, isn't it? Is he South African? Yeah. Fine season, debut season for them last year, and they'll have been delighted to welcome him back this year. Does he look good so far, Todd, or has he struggled to get going?
He did last year as well.
Okay. But to be fair, I think a lot of batsmen have struggled to get going this year. There's been...
When he did get going last year, he was up there as in the league.
Oh yeah. Didsbury will be open. It's another week before he gets going. Just bringing a man out of the slips now. Rob Semi's come out of slip and has come into sort of shortish extra covers, extra cover and backward point. Now on that offside. He's going for oh yes, he's got the single away. Okay, Todd Walker. Tim Hughes had to scramble round at mid-on, so smartly taken single. Semi staying where he is, that short extra cover. Just check actually, correction, I think that's Rob's stayed in, yes he has, beg your pardon Rob, we've stayed in the slips. Ted Newman who's come out of the slips to short extra. Quick single again. Anderson throws from mid-off, misses the stumps. I think the batsman might have been home anyway, but Brooklands not wanting to get bogged down, clearly. Two sharp singles in this over. I'll be happy with this start. Last ball of the 6th over, solo wicket still intact. Just need to get through to the first of these 2 drinks intervals that we've already lamented. And, so far so good for them. So Nick Anderson into David Cunliffe. Oh no, another one whizzing past the edge. Not many of those. That's been good, accurate bowling by this pair. They've, as I said, made the batsman play at just about everything. That's just the 3rd one that has genuinely beaten the bat. But that's the key for Didsbury. Just stay patient, keep the ball in the right areas, the length, good. That's off the edge, skewed away. Oh, brilliant diving effort by Tom Bidwell at backward point. He's got a hand to it to parry it, so it will just be a couple of runs. And he's hurt himself there, Tom Bidwell. He's caught himself on, as he dived, he landed on the edge of the artificial strip here on the edge of the square at Didsbury. Oof. The athletic piece of fielding and saved a couple of runs. Not sure it was entirely controlled by David Cunliffe, but brought him 2. There's a huge shout, and he's given him LBW this time, Chris Hyde. Umpire at this end. And I said that as LBW, so a breakthrough for Didsbury and for Nick Anderson. And first breakthrough with the score on 19. David Cunliffe trudging off disconsolately. Todd Walker asking already for a drink. This is what I mean, you see. Just if a Bill wants a drink, have one ready. Get them on while there's a break in play like this. This is young Ben. Yep. Ben Cunliffe, a younger brother replacing older brother David. Finally, the Brooklands players have paid attention to the fact that their man was asking for a drink. Well, he's only been out there, what, 20 minutes? He's only faced a few balls and there's not been so much running, so anyway. So we might be ready to start again in a moment. Just because it's pleasant, it's no excuse for play to lag, and I hope the umpires keep on top of this. So Ben Cunliffe, 16, did you say? Yes, yeah, 16-year-old. Oh, okay. And he's certainly taken a step up here. But defends his first ball, and a successful over for Didsbury. As you can see, the first wicket there of David Cunliffe. Solly and Booth resuming battle with Todd Walker. Refreshed after his drink. Seemed to be reaching for that one a little bit. Todd Walker just way out in front of his pads. He's just practicing that. Get a bit better balanced. There's that leg side action. Puts a smile to my co-scorer's face. Got an extra run on here, not paying attention. 4 dots now, of course. There we are. Sort of the maiden over. Second one for Liam Booth. And what Didsbury will be wanting to do after that breakthrough, build some pressure with these dots. Nice and solid in behind that, Ben Cunliffe. And again, he's going to pinch a run behind square there. Dan Ward was forward of square that time, so Conliffe off the mark. Was a relief for a batsman to get away. Runs on to 20, winning the toss and batting today. Be wanting for some runs from on strike, Todd Walker. Batting lineup to come with Kevin Carroll. It's well known around the league and he's friends with a lot of the Didsbury players as well. All know each other. Shall see him. Didsbury will be hoping sooner. He's scheduled to come in mid-order. Oh, that's a little aerial to me, but must have been straight into the ground because there was no excitement from the Didsbury team. And that one's pulled away massively for 6. And there's big applause there from his teammates, you might have heard. But a very pleasant hook shot from Todd Walker. Opens his boundary account in style. Can happen. It's the shorter hit of the 2 today at Didsbury, but nonetheless it's still a decent clip. And out of nowhere, took the shot on, flicked it beautifully. So that first boundary for Todd Walker, getting off his boundary count going in style. Still trying to find the ball, in fact, searching for it. But no joy over there looking for it in the... I think it has gone. One of the players has had to go out of the onto the road. Indeed. Right, indeed. Yeah, I think we found it, but a bit of a delay. He's having another drink, Todd Walker. Goodness me, it's thirsty work this batting, Roy.
Can't handle the heat, even though he's from South Africa.
So I'm going to be ready to resume shortly. So the 2 slips back in for Ben Conliffe. There you can just see them in your picture. So we're finally ready to get started for over number 10. Ian Booth just adjusting where he wants his cover field, Sam Leach. So he's more orthodox cover now. on the money, Liam Booth. Always drawing the batsman forward. Skipper Nick Anderson just watching on from fine leg. Must have just come down for a drink, somewhere to the exertions of his bowling. There's a nice tree down there. There was a bit of shade. But he'll be back in action in a moment. This is the last ball of the 10th over. Liam Booth on for successive maidens, and it was nearly a wicket maiden actually, that one. It whizzed past the outside edge, but Ben Cunliffe survives. So it is indeed successive maidens, and tidy stuff from Liam Booth. See Liam Booth trotting over to fine leg. Just pull the camera around a little bit. There we are. So just one slip in now. Ed Newman's come out of slippers at short mid wicket. As Nick Anderson comes into Todd Walker. That's beaten him. It's a lovely ball. That's up in the air, just over Ed Newman at mid-wicket. He's going to get 4 for it, Todd Walker. Pulled back in by Tom McGowan. They're coming back for 3 though, the batters, as you can see, and they've made it well. It was a long chase for Tom McGowan down there. Confident flick off his legs from Todd Walker. Had Ed Newman been back in a more orthodox mid-wicket position, that might have been straight to him. That was over his head at the shorter position he's in at. So 3, an all-run 3 for Todd Walker, and that's round the corner. Single there. Full ball, 2 full, and that's this time Todd Walker cashes in. You can see Nick Anderson's head down, you know, that one just trying a bit too hard, turns into a low full toss. Missed out on a full toss a few overs ago, Todd Walker, but this time just drove it nicely between extra cover and mid-off for his first 4. On to 16 now, 34 for 1, the end of the 11th, and that's off the thigh pad, so that's going to be a leg by. Yep, signalled by Chris Hyde. So good over for Brooklands, with 9 runs in total coming from it. Their best over of the innings to date, 35 for 1. See, that's helped there. Manhattan on the graphic there a little. Not that that means a lot at this stage. That's in the air, but wide of the man at Tim Hughes at mid-on. Plenty of space there. Took a little run scoring spell for Todd Walker. 14 off the last 7 balls he's faced. Brings Ben Cunliffe back onto strike. And he's flicked that nicely. Must be a single. But, nice, a sure little flick away. I think that was fielded rather uncomfortably by Ed Newman. Short extra cover there, tumbling stop. We shall leave the description at that, Roy. We shall leave the description at that of how he fielded that ball.
Various parts of the
Anyway, stopped. That's the main thing from the Didsbury point of view. Again, absolutely no margin for error for Todd Walker. Has to keep his balance there as it spears down the leg side. Full that time from Liam Booth. That's driven past Nick Anderson at mid-off. Before runs. A rare loose delivery from Liam Booth is punished. So that's 2 good overs for Brooklands. 6 off that one, 9 off the previous. They've gone on to the 40s now. Right, Chris. 41-4-1 after 12. Nick Anderson going to have another, but I don't know how long it'll be before he'll bring his spinners into action. He's got a few options. Steve Green, the principal, of course, but Tom McGowan, Dan Ward. Ed Newman's had a bowl the last couple of matches. Tom Bidwell can provide a little bit of pace on the ball as well if he's required. It's Anderson for now. Ooh. Expansive looking shot there from Ben Cunliffe. He'll be glad he missed that one. That's off the edge again, but safely controlled down to third man. I think he's going to get 4 for this. It's running so quickly, he has got 4 for it. It's more frustration for Nick Anderson and Didsbury. The runs, hello Daniel, you're right. And the runs flowing nicely now for Brooklands. 19 of the last 14 faced in total. That's going to be 4 more. Flash through that gap. That's more applause for Ben Cunliffe. Successive 4s for him. And some thinking to do for Didsbury. These runs starting to come a bit too easily at this early stage. That's 23 runs off the last 15 balls now. Second boundary there for Ben Cunliffe, so Didsbury keeping it as it is. That's fair enough. If he can just get the ball a little bit fuller. Well, he's gone shorter actually, and he's guarded it into the gap again. And could have going to be a single this time. 50 up for Brooklands in good time. What's that? 47 minutes. At a good rate. 76 deliveries. I'll be delighted with that start. This is a lovely batting pitch, of course. They'll want to take full advantage of having won the toss. Man back on the cover boundary now, and Dan Ward is going out onto the deep square leg boundary out of your shot. Todd Walker has guarded it though into that gap between backward point and slip, and it's going to be 4 more. Can't be stopped down there. Nick Anderson looks, as you can see, somewhat distraught with that. Guided away that gap that the Brooklands batsmen are finding, and have found 3 times in this over. Well, 4 effectively, I suppose. 3 4s and that single previous ball. 13 off this over so far. We'll see, right? We'll see. That is the end of another good over for Brooklands. Expensive one from Didsbury's perspective. 13 runs coming from it, and there you can see the 2 batters getting themselves nicely established now. Partnership up to 35. And some thinking for Didsbury to do. So yes, that's 27 in total off the last 3 overs. And let's see if Liam Booth can shift things back in the home side's favour. Certainly plenty of noise from the Didsbury fielders trying to keep each other buoyed up. It's very important on a day like this when you've lost the toss. It is for hot work, and the batters are starting to get on top as they are. It can feel like very hard work indeed, but they've just got to stay patient. It's a long time to bat, and there will be runs scored. It's too good a pitch in outfield for there not to be. But batters nicely round. Throw comes in there from Nick Anderson, as you saw, hit the stumps. Batter well back in his ground, of course, but no reflection. I'll see Steve Green at mid-wicket, just starting to loosen up. So I suspect, Roy, yes indeed, it will be some spin for the next over. It's that kind of day, I think, if you're having to bowl first. Oh, that's yeah. You heard the comments from Brooklands scorer Roy Higginbottom there. Don't normally did. Ben Cunliffe knew that as much. As soon as the ball had just whizzed past the edge. Good over so far for Didsbury, just resting back a little bit of control after that burst of run scoring. And for his fourth maiden here, Liam Booth is and we'll get it. So that's done Didsbury a great service there, much needed maiden for them. Say what?
Sorry, I didn't take the line. Do you get the leg by there?
Thank you. Just confirming the leg by taken. So it's, so 55. And we are indeed going to see Steve Green. He's going to have a long afternoon's work, I think. Left arm round the wicket from this Parswood end.
Come on, Wiz, Ed.
Made some of his magic today. 55 for 1. To the man back on the cover boundary, a run straight away for Ben Cunliffe.
Come on, Wiz, Ed.
It's quite a defence, well, so the slip is there. And then man in at short extra cover. Down the pitch. Todd Walker. Man up to deep backward square down Ward.
Good signs, boys.
So
Good
Todd
signs, yeah,
Walker
Wiz.
making it clear it's not going to be dictated to, so short mid wicket, mid on, mid off, back on the circle, short extra cover.
Oh, Wizard!
Cover on
Very good,
boundary,
Stevie.
backward
What's
point,
the plan?
short fine leg. Fielders there. It's intelligent batting from Ben Cunliffe, just finds that gap. Big gap on that leg side there. Nice easy single.
Gap in there, against the spin. Yes, Wizard.
58 for 1.
Good, Greenie.
Swept hard but straight. It's gone through. The fielder, in fact, has swept that hard. It was straight at the fielder on the square leg boundary, but coming so quickly, maybe a little bobble through his hands, and 4 runs to finish that first over. You can see this partnership now worth 43. It's been a very good one indeed for Brooklands' perspective. 6 fours and a 6 between this pair, and it's come in good time. Just 8 overs. Steve Green will be frustrated with that last delivery. Going for another boundary. Good noise from both sides, encouraging their respective players. That's flown away off the edge. Should be a couple here. It's a thickish edge. Todd Walker wants 3. Oh, and we'll get 3. And that's well judged and well run. The non-striker. Realised there was a possibility of a third. Pressurised the throw. And 3 the result, the second 3 of the innings. So again, another tidy over from Liam Booth, just that one that squirted away off the edge. See, good healthy run rate. Just in the 4s at the moment. Brooklands, that's good effort. 16 overs.
Come on, fellas, come on. Been here before, haven't we, lads? Big push now, come on. Come on, the wizard.
So Steve Green's second over to Ben Cunliffe. Ooh.
Oh, yes, Wiz. Brilliant, Wiz.
Just had our first hour's play, so that's good effort from Didsbury with the required over rate. Despite
Yes,
the
Stevie. Yes, Charlie, little run out in there, Charlie.
bowlers with the longer run-ups being on and having to find that ball that went out onto the through the railings out onto the road as well. So keep that up, they'll do themselves a favour. Certainly if Steve Green can get through his overs nice and quickly, that will help. That's one thing that you can
there is jugs in the back now.
Control.
Princey, just make it happen. Come on, wizard. Yes, Stevie Green. All go here, boys, all go. Catch it, Leachy.
And that's a single off the last ball. There's a big gap there. Still a good tidy over, just one from it. Didsbury just needing to get some semblance of order back into things. Just, oh, that's whizzed off the edge, but the man round is shot. But oh, that was miles out if it had hit. Ball squirted out to backward point. I think that's Steve Green himself just there. Todd Walker called him immediately through, but David, correction, Ben Cunliffe hesitated. And would have been a long way short had that ball hit. So a bit of a life for him. I'm not sure if play cricket is starting to struggle again here, right? Just updating things. Been problems sinking our game.
55.
Big shout there, and LBW and given again, and Liam Booth liked it straight away. Was very confident about that. Umpire Martin Howe agreed with him after a short consideration. And that is a much needed breakthrough for Didsbury. Key-man Todd Walker, LBW. Very nicely made 30. 6 and 4 fours for him. But, he's the second Brooklands wicket. A much needed wicket, as I say, for Didsbury. 67 for 2. Is this? Who's in now? Who's come in?
Don Booth.
Don Booth has come in. I thought it was, so let's put him on there. Don Booth. So a Booth to a Booth. Feast of Booths. For those of you that know your Old Testament history, will find that very amusing. What are you watching here now? I think something's happened with the. Oh, right.
Bang, 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 here we go. Winning charge the whole time, boys.
40 off for 2.
Okay. Okay. Right, so back to this game here, and Liam Booth to Dominic Booth, new batsman in. So that partnership was just threatening to really get to something there. But put on 48, those two in 10 and a half overs. Good effort from them, and so some nice free stroke play and good run scoring. But Didsbury, much needed breakthrough. Liam Booth not for the first time providing that. Into his namesake, and oh, a lot of interest there amongst the fielders, but seemed to smack straight off the middle of the bat to me. Up to mid-on, Tim Hughes the fielder there. So we will be having a drinks interval at 20 and 40 overs today for reasons passing understanding. So perhaps that will play into Didsbury's favour a little more if they can just break up any momentum. That will help them, I suppose. Oh, that looks good again. Yes, it does, yeah. And LBW is the decision from umpire Martin Howe. Tom Booth looking, seemed to indicate that he indicated that the ball had come off the edge. But the umpire thinking otherwise. So a third LBW. And Don Booth has to come back off the pitch. No score for him today. So seemed to indicate that he'd hit that, but he's come off the field, and we're just waiting for. I assume this will be Kevin Carroll. He hasn't appeared on yet. But this super over for Didsbury. 2 wickets in 3 balls for Liam Booth. And has put them back into the game. 67 for 3 as Kevin Carroll indeed just finds his gloves and comes in now. This will be a key battle in the match, especially taking on Steve Green. Absolutely fabulous stroke player, Kevin. Well known around the league for his run scoring prowess. His boundary hitting. He's a super all-round cricketer actually. He's bowls plenty of useful overs for Brooklands. His fielding is of the highest quality as well. That's with the baddies called into action first of all today, and his side for the first time with some real questions to answer. 2 wickets in 3 balls in this over. 67 for 1 has become 67 for 3. Didsbury with an opportunity here to really get a hold of things, having lost the toss. Be absolutely thrilled to bits, and Liam Booth to the rescue for them. Last ball of this over. Kevin Carroll leaves it. Right, so last ball of that 18th over, dot ball. So just 1 off it, and you can see crucially for Didsbury those 2 circles, the 2 wickets.
Put some energy in the ring, ladders. Put some energy in the ring. Give me some energy. So who set the alarm off, lads? Nice. Very good. Come on, the wizard. Come on, Wiz. Hello, guys. How are we? Excellent. I'm doing very good. Yeah, I'm doing very well.
So Steve Green
We get 2 more wickets.
to ball to Ben Conliffe, who's been there watching his partners come and go at the other end.
Oh, yes.
He's
Good out,
flipped that away
Sweetie.
nicely for a single.
Yes, Swede. Little one in there, Swede.
And this the key battle, you feel?
Catch it, Swede.
Just taking his time, but what field's he got? He's got a deep mid wicket and a deep forward square leg.
No.
And a long on. And he's only had 1 ball. So Didsbury obviously well aware of his run scoring prowess. As singles anybody wants them on that leg side.
Oh!
Oh, that was a bit maybe not quite there, Kevin. Maybe wanted to get a little bit squarer.
Yes, brilliant, Wiz!
He's got away with
Do you mean you're not going to help him support him?
that. So the long on and the deep mid wicket come in to the circle.
Could be a good person,
Deep.
though.
The backwards, the square leg forward of square is still out there on the boundary. We've got a man on the cover boundary on the offside.
Brilliant, brilliant, Wizard! Really good, Wiz! Drinks brings wickets, come on!
Didn't look very happy, did he? Tom Booth's just come past our box. That's off the edge and caught. And Rob Semi has appealed. For the 2nd time, we've got an appeal for a catch that the umpires, well, the players were certain. And Rob Semi at slip seemed very happy, but umpire Chris Hyde says not out.
Nice, Wiz, nice, Wiz!
I didn't have a clear view of it from my position. I'm assuming that can only have come off the pad as opposed to the bat. Let's reach for that. So that's the 2nd time, curiously, that's happened in this innings. Didsbury very confident that a clean catch had been taken, but umpires saying no. So well, the deep mid wicket's gone back for Kevin Carroll, but Nick Anderson stays in at mid on.
Yeah, Wiz!
Powerful drive, but fielded. 3 off the over, 70 for 3. You can see Didsbury just getting back into the game. Liam Booth, those 2 LBWs. perhaps having complained about the drinks break, it'll come in at a good time for Liam Booth, because it'll just give him a bit of extra to refresh himself. This should be the last over before drinks. I assume if a wicket happens to fall in the over, we'll take drinks straight away. We will see anyway. Ben Cunliffe on strike, 21 not out. I think that's going to be a bye. It's going to be 1-something. It's a leg bye. Yeah. Roy on the ball next to me. Leg bye, number 4 of the innings. 71 for 3, so brings Kevin Carroll back onto strike. Well, that's a lovely shot. That's in his arc, and that's gone for 6. That's a huge hit down the ground. Lovely shot, typical of what Kevin Carroll can do. Yep, Martin now, the umpire signals 6. So off his 4th ball. Kevin Carroll launches one over the boundary and into the business park. Actually, it's bounced right over the fence down there, with a slight delay. I assume they can see the ball where it's gone. Yeah, they've got it straight back, which helps. It has got a long way, Roy. Yeah, it was a lovely soaring shot down the ground. Typical Kevin Carroll shot, I would say there. That drive. Lovely languid swing of the bat. The ball soared away. And with the bright blue sky today, makes quite a sight. That's the Kevin Carroll that we all know. But that's a fair enough shot. The field staying pretty much as it is. Deep mid wicket is back. But, the invitation there to try it again if he wishes to. He's whipped it away that time. But that fielder coming in off the mid wicket boundary will keep it just to 1. So Brooklands just resting back a little bit of initiative as we head towards our first drinks break of the day. A bit of hesitation, but singles easily there in the end. So last ball before drinks. It's whipped away again on the bottom hand. Single for Kevin Carroll. 10 off the over. And are we going to have drinks? Well, you told me we were going to. And we're carrying on by the looks of it.
Come on, the wizard!
Are we? Yes, we are. Well, perhaps they've seen the sense in it as well. Oh, we are coming off now. Oh dear me. Well, that's a slack pace of play all round. Drinks have been called anyway. 83 after 20 overs, and we'll be back when play does resume.
on the boys. Come on, Wade.
So we're just ready to resume after our first
Come on, Wizard.
drinks break. Intriguingly, you can hear my fellow scorer, Roy Higginbottom, fearing the worst perhaps, but no reason for that early pessimism, Roy.
Just concerned.
We've got an intriguingly poised match here. Brooklands 80 for 3 after 20 overs. So you can all work the run rate out, I'm sure. And we've got the key man, Kevin Carroll, to face the first ball after drinks from Steve Green.
Yeah, Wizard. Big energy now, lads. Lots of energy, Wardy. Come on.
We've got the long on back, the deep mid-wicket back, deep square leg back. You can clear all of them with ease, I'm sure, Kevin. He's just got to pick the right ball.
Get us going,
That
Sam.
lovely soaring 6 in the previous over. Quicker ball up.
Oh yes, Speedy! Brilliant, Liam.
And Didsbury will be looking to capitalise on those breakthroughs.
Come on, Wizard.
And any partnerships to really get established, to develop. The huge shout for LBW, but no shot offered. Very keen shout, but I think players automatically get very excited when no shot is played and just assume then it must be out, but it still has to be hitting the stumps. And umpire Chris Hyde decided that was not going to do that, so no danger in the end. Whizzed that back, didn't he? Well stopped by Steve Green. That must have stung. It's still a single.
Yes, Wizard.
Good tight over to start with for Didsbury after the first drinks break. This is a single from it. And we'll see if Liam Booth is feeling suitably refreshed. I think he is going to continue. His 11th over it'll be. But so, yes, it will be Liam Booth, 11th over. Just taking the single on offer there, man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Did have a long on back there, Tim Hughes was back on that occasion. Quite a few people coming down to watch now, which is good to see. The afternoon, well, most people have had a sort of lunch by now, I think. It's a beautiful afternoon for coming down, watching, getting a drink, maybe. The fine leg out. Everybody else in the circle. I think this is right from Didsbury. Make the younger player work for his runs. Don't just give him gaps to hit through to the square boundaries. nicked and given. Yes, he has been given. The batter not keen on walking.
Very strange that the keeper didn't appeal.
It was very odd, but it was
It was a big noise.
it was a big noise, and a big enough noise for umpire Martin Howe's satisfaction. Raised the finger, and a third wicket for Liam Booth.
Fairly confident that there's nothing from the keeper's reaction.
I had my fellow scorer Roy Higginbottom's view, but the important thing with Didsbury's perspective, the umpire thought it was an edge. The bowler had no doubt either. And Captain Jack Bagshaw comes in. His familiar green helmet, a job to do for his team. As Ben Cunliffe trudges off. 22 he made off 47 balls, batted nicely, couple of fours. But start getting back into things after the interval, the drinks interval. Proved not to have helped him anyway, that little break. And he departs. So a fourth wicket for Didsbury, and now we'll be delighted with that. Bagshaw will just have one ball to face of this 22nd over. Beauty from Liam Booth to finish his 11th over. 3 for 26 his figures, and what an important effort that's been for the home side. See this battle resume between Kevin Carroll and Steve Green.
Brooklands.
Green in. It's gone in the air and caught by Nick Anderson on the long on boundary. And that is a huge wicket in the context of this game. Another one of those effortless flicks from Kevin Carroll. I wasn't even aware of how aerial it had gone, but the players were immediately shouting, "Catch it!" And the skipper, who had positioned himself there for just that eventuality, did indeed catch the ball. And they will be delighted that that plan has worked. Kevin Carroll had already hit one huge six, but he's out for just 11. And that's 5 down now for 82 as Jim Hugel replaces a disappointed Kevin Carroll, trudging off. I'm sure furious with himself. Could see the man back there. Went for it, but not enough in the shot. And Didsbury now getting right on top of 5th wicket, 82 for 5. So that's 4 wickets for 15 runs that have gone down now. Just looking since when? Since so in 5 overs.
Yeah, good. How are you?
4 for 15, and the game has turned round.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, yeah. His mate came out like second ball face the blue. He just went into the tower. It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's turned around significantly as Big Jim Hugel. It's another Someone well able to give the ball a biff. Didsbury have brought the field right back in, just the man out on the deep square leg boundary.
Come on,
On the
Wizard.
square cover boundary as well. I'd bring him in too, give him an easy one through there, please. But there's one there if you want. So on Jimmy Hugel, first ball. Quicker ball as well,
Yes,
that one from
Wiz,
Steve
yes,
Green.
Wiz. This is where we
Brooklands
turn the energy
wobbling
up.
here.
Turn the energy
82
up.
for 5. Like I say, they were 67 for 1.
Oh,
And,
yes.
It's certainly, they've certainly got plenty of batting left. Jim himself, AJ Hart, of course. A very experienced campaigner, Dan O'Gorman, who normally bats a much higher up the
Come on,
order
Wiz.
than number 9. And Sam Youds at number 10 has got to be the best number 10 in the league. Former Didsbury player, of course, Sam. Good to see him back enjoying his cricket. We're making a very fine 70 batting for our first at Neston last year, batting at number 3. It's Dash Davis in full flow.
Wizard.
So he's at number 10. So
6 for
certainly
100.
some depth to the Brooklands order. No, he's not that much to bat in, has he?
Show him the wrong in, Wiz. Oh, Wizard. Brilliant, Wizard.
So that dot ends a wicket maiden for Steve Green.
Brilliant set, Wizard.
Let's complete that there. There we go. So what a big wicket that was for Didsbury. Big over. Liam Booth to continue. That's, the Brooklands captain, Jack Bagshaw. And his own struggles last year with the bat, Jack, but he's got a few runs this year, isn't that right? I'm thinking that. He's looking a bit more like himself, yeah. Huh? Talented batter, young Jack. Is it 3rd year in captaincy now? Something like that. So making a good fist of that. Just wondering if we're having problems with our internet here. Yeah, I think we are. Might be the problem. It seems to be working, but at least we've got the feed still going, which is good. Driven out to mid-on, Tim Hughes fielding. So just 2 runs and a wicket. And 3.4 overs since strings, so Didsbury have come back strongly since that earlier than the usual interval. Worked in their favour, and you've heard me moaning about it. I'm not a fan of 2 drinks breaks generally, but it has definitely worked in the team's favour today, so we'll be thankful for that. That's another maiden over. Another tidy one from Liam Booth. His 5th maiden. those 4 circles clasped together has represented the big turnaround as Didsbury have established control. Just 2 runs in these 4 overs since drinks and that key wicket of Kevin Carroll. Feel pretty much all still up.
We're waiting for the oppo!
Oh, that looks again rather adjacent. Yes, indeed. And Jim Hughel's been given out. Another LBW victim. Very full. Feet looked a bit stuck together. And Didsbury now well on top. The 6th wicket, 82 for 6. Score for the unfortunate Jim Hughel. A 2nd wicket for Steve Green. That's the familiar figure of AJ Hart. Takes the field to replace his colleague. So I'm just getting some messages on the screen here. With our live uploading system, which is not working now. I'm not sure if that's yet another play cricket issue.
We're waiting for the oppo!
Nothing on there at the moment, but
Come on, Burton Road! Come on, the wizard!
there's some uploadings going on somewhere. So let's get back onto the cricket anyway, where we are. As I say, it's all Didsbury.
Shot yours.
5 wickets have gone for just 15 runs here in this innings. 67 for 1 has become 82 for 6 as AJ Hart faces his first ball.
Yes, wizard! Very good, Greedy!
A fine batsman, AJ.
Drifting with.
And
Oh, yes, wizard!
certainly
Brilliant egg!
capable of toughing it out.
That is electric egg!
He's got a lot of batting to do today.
Wizard! Brilliant whiz!
And given plenty of time, still even halfway through this innings. That's gone up in the air, and it's dropped. It's dropped by Sam Leach on the deep square leg boundary. Oh, and that would have been a real bonus wicket.
Chances, wizard!
You can't see him there, but Sam Leach is on his knees still. Liam Booth is going across to console him. I'm assuming physically he's okay. The tumble, yeah, he's up on his feet. Oh, that's just more disappointment that he couldn't hold on. That would have been an absolute gift. AJ, I'm not sure if he, I'm assuming he miscued that because it was he didn't have a lot of ground to cover, Sam Leach. But he will be desperately disappointed to have put that one down. Another big LBW shout, but didn't look as convincing from this side. And indeed, not out is the decision. But that is the key moment of that over. AJ Hart gets a life and survives. It's a bit of a mess, the Brooklands card, as you just saw briefly there. Sam Leach just moving a bit gingerly still, I can see. But I think he'll be okay. significant or not, we will see. Liam Booth's going to have a 13th over. AJ Hart just taking his time, sorting himself out. As Liam Booth comes into him. Glanced away, I think that's off the bat. So my fine leg comes into field, and yeah, a single. A bit more of a controlled single than how he got off the mark, AJ. Dropped it, deep square leg. Hello, hi guys. Just walking past our box. Big wicket. Didsbury claimed, Steve Green persuading him to hit. Straight down long on's throat. Grateful. End of another very good over from Liam Booth, just one from it. And there you can see the three Didsbury bowlers, in particular Booth, 3 for 27 and Green, 2 for 13.
Come on, fellas, come on, boy.
I've done a super job. For their side. Steve Green will resume battle with
Come on, Ben.
with AJ Hart. So I'm just getting our live scoring system working again, which to my delight it seems to be.
Come on, Stephen.
Just got a slight adjustment in the field, and they're bringing in Sam Leach off that deep square leg boundary to more to square leg itself. Oh, AJ, I think couldn't decide.
Yeah, Wizard. Yes, Ben Rose.
It was.
Come on, the Prince.
Neatly summed up by Roy Higginbottom, the Brooklands scorer today, my colleague. And that's gone big, and that's a very successful shot. The only issue is at 4 or 6. It's 6, I think. Yes, it is. Yes, and a nice Stewart hit, and that will bring some colour back to the Brooklands cheeks, so to speak.
Pretty liquid, that.
They've been absolutely on the rope since drinks, with just 4 runs and 2 wickets in 6 overs since drinks, but that blow, 1 back for the batting side. Score up to 90 now. Very experienced campaigner, AJ. That's why that drop at square leg
Come on, boys, energy!
will be of great significance. Still got a long time to bat, but he's well capable of doing that. That's hit, swept very hard, but Liam Booth judged it nicely at short fine leg.
Very good, the wizard!
Bring some of those fielders into view a little bit. Oh, no. It's just defended out sensibly by AJ, so that's 6. As you can see, just restores a little bit of encouragement back for Brooklands. Liam Booth going to continue. 14th over. I've got him on 11. Without being off the mark yet, young Jack. I'll be conscious of that. But he's got plenty of time to bat, that's the key thing. Absolutely no need to panic in that regard, there's lots and lots of time. Patience at the moment. Just looking around elsewhere in the Premier Division. Grappenhall 49 for 5 off 26 at Cheadle. Goodness me. Tough going all around there. Widnes 113 for 4 at Chester. Toft 62 for 4 up at Hyde. Be lovely up there today. And over on the Wirral, Alderley Edge 105 for 2 at Neston. That'll be a lot of runs in that game. Unfortunately, the score not really updating from Oxton. 2 games on the Wirral today in the Prem. Nantwich just 12 for none off 9 overs at Oxton, but that hasn't updated for a little while, so I presume it'll have moved on a pace since then. But here, again, we're concerned with 90 for 6, Brooklands. With Captain Jack Bagshaw battling away 15 balls now he's faced. Hasn't got off the mark yet, and he's let that one go. Been showing a lot of patience, as he needs to do. Only just halfway through the overs allocation. His decision to bat first, and a perfectly correct decision as well, I have to say. But Didsbury have fought their way back with some good full-length bowling. Won a bit of a gift that was gratefully taken, but they put a catch down, and will hopefully be hopeful to make up for that error as another maiden is completed. 6th maiden for Liam Booth. 3 for 27 off 14 overs in this beautiful weather is no achievement. You'll see there, look at that collection, 5 for 15, that loss of wickets as the run rate has fallen right away. Was well up of 4 for a time, but now pegged back firmly in the 3s, but Brooklands have just got to ignore them.
Come on, Stevie G!
Including 2 6s.
Be waiting for the oppo!
That is true, yes, as my colleague
Run out, Speedy!
points out, 2 6s in that 15 runs. Big sixes as well, there were nice hits. Right, Sam Leach is back on the deep square leg boundary as Steve Green comes into AJ Hart, hoping to persuade him into another indiscretion. Not there though, so to backward point. Dan Ward.
Watch the spin there, Wendy.
Doing the fielding. Nick Anderson has gone back now to long on. Just noticed that, so we're unlikely, I would have thought, to see a repeat the previous over where AJ Hart did a lovely straight 6.
Come on, the Prince. Come on, Steve. Oh. Brilliant, Charlie. Yes, Maga.
That's poked away, but all along the ground. Sam Leach round this time. Sliding stop keeps that to a single.
This is a very long note, lad.
He's only faced one ball from Steve Green so far, Jack Bagshaw. Man coming in off the cover boundary now, Tom Bidwell into the circle to try and keep this scoreless sequence going for the Brooklands skipper that's defending. Yoked himself there. A good tight over from testing over from Steve Green. Just one from it. Importantly, keeping the Brooklands skipper on note. None of the graphics looking very pretty for Brooklands just now. But good for Didsbury. Lost the toss, put into the field. Glorious afternoon. Virtually no breeze at all now. Lovely clear blue sky, very pleasant warm sun. 91 for 6 off 29 as Liam Booth is in. To AJ Hart, who a kind of casual little flick that was out to mid wicket. Excellent spell this from Liam Booth, asking questions. Batsman having to play at everything. Okay, he's got one away there, a little too full, driven for 4. But still, it's not in any way a take away from the job that Liam Booth has done today. Only the third 4 he's conceded in his 15th over. With the field generally up and the outfield so fast, the pitch very, very good. That's no mean achievement. That was a nice shot from AJ Hart. Only full. Nice controlled drive, found the gap. Getting full value for it. So another fine over from Liam Booth. Well, that 4 came from it. 95-46 Brooklands. Just looking at the figures here on my sheet. So that is now 75 dot balls Liam Booth has bowled. So that's 12 and a half overs of dots of the 15 he's bowled. So a measure of control he's had. And Steve Green, similarly economical and metronomic. Jack Bagshaw may defend another one. 7 off Steve Green's first over. There's 13 off the next 7, including 6 in that number of runs. Which again reflects just how well he's bowled and what an asset he is for Didsbury. Bagshaw remaining on naught. All the fielders up, quite right from Didsbury, sensing there's an opportunity here to maybe induce a bit of pressure. It's not showing anything visibly, Jack. He's quite still for a young man, he's quite an experienced player. He will know how to work his way through the situation, but just let's see if he can do that. Nice drive down the pitch. But straight back to the bowler. And Didsbury getting through these overs nice and quickly as well. Just coming up to the 2-hour play mark. There's another maiden over. That's another defensive shot. That's all he can do. Jack Bagshaw with that very accurate delivery. Another maiden for Steve Green. 95 for 6 off 31 overs now. There you can see the Brooklands garbage has fallen away after that excellent second wicket stand of 48 between Todd Walker and Ben Cunliffe. Liam Booth in for a 16th over, quite amazing, to AJ Hart. Oh, that's an edge, and it's gone away for a boundary 4. Charlie Lowen disappointed that he couldn't get the gloves on it. Jay Hart not complaining. He's another boundary, second 4 for him to go with that 6 he hit. That's Brooklands near 3 figures. For runs, AJ Hart 17, dropped on naught, so very much bonus runs. A good probing over coming to an end from Liam Booth. Very little on offer for the batters to hit. He's flicked that away, this AJ, and he has tried too hard to flick it. Steve Green wandering around nonchalantly from backward point, pouches the catch, and thankfully for Didsbury, that miss of AJ Hart, that drop when he was at hadn't scored, not proving too costly, as he is out a 4th wicket for Liam Booth in this magnificent spell. 16 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 35 now, and there you can see 99 for 7, and there is Liam Booth's contribution on the bowling figures. Steve Green magnificent as well, 2 for 20 off 9. And Didsbury have done a superb job in wresting back control of this game. AJ Hart out for 17. Didsbury will feel they've got away with that to an extent, and they have, because he's a very capable batsman, already given 1 life. But from, so we keep saying 67 for 1, so now 99 for 7. 6 for 32 in 15 overs, less that spin. And there's plenty of chat now. Didsbury feeling well on top, looking well on top, well on top. Jack Bagshaw, the Brooklands captain, he's still got capable batters. Dan O'Gorman, the wicket keeper, non-striker, tall young man, as you can see, perfectly capable, as is Sammy Outs coming in after him. A shout, an unenthusiastic shout. Oops, turn that one off. Against Jack Bagshaw, but he remains scoreless, and everyone will know that now. Be conscious of that length of time he's spent on naught. A chance to get away here. And it's got one, yeah. Tom Bidwell couldn't get hold of the ball. That backward point. So Jack Bagshaw away, finally. 27 deliveries that's taken him to get a single. The Brooklands 100 up. But that is really only of symbolic value. There's no batting point, still 130 runs have been scored in the Premier Division, so still a ways off yet. Dan O'Gorman's first ball from Steve Green. Nicely forward. Good pivot about Steve Green's action now. You can tell he's top. Confident in his bowling. That's a that one whizzes past the outside edge. Groping at thin air a bit there, Dan O'Gorman. Defends that one safely, so just 1 off the over. See, after that second wicket stand, it really has gone badly wrong for Brooklands, but wonderfully well for Didsbury. Getting through the overs quickly. Really good over 8 with the wickets falling as well, and plus the fact of Liam Booth with a longer run up. Bowling is this will be his final over. He's only bowled a maximum of 17. What a job he's done for his side. His last over into Jack Bagshaw, he would dearly love a fifth wicket, of course. It really has been an exceptional spell. Not friendly conditions for fast bowling. It's beautiful warm sun. It's hard work, but he's been wonderfully consistent. And even when that second wicket stand was building, there was a bit of a run glut at one stage. 27 came off 3 overs at one point for Brooklands. But, they've kept things in check nicely since that point and started to really get a stranglehold on the match. Bagshaw, 29 balls now, just a single run for him, battling hard. Oh, off the edge, that's a whiz past slip. Well, my second slip would have been, and a welcome boundary for Jack Bagshaw. I think he was probably a little alarmed actually by it initially as it slid away. But he'll take the 4 for sure. Oh, and that was not something he knew a great deal about. Jack Bagshaw threw his legs for a single inside edge. He'll take the runs for sure. 105 for 7. So last ball of Liam Booth's spell. The one for Dan O'Gorman to face from him. He defends it, so a magnificent spell from Liam Booth, and he should get a good round of applause from all of his teammates there, and does. Wonderful spell. You can see the impact it's had on the Brooklands batting, all those circles, him and Steve Green together. 4 for 40 from 17 overs, including 6 maidens. Wicketless for his first 8 overs, Liam Booth. Went for 15 in that time, but that's been an absolutely superb effort from him. Must be exhausted. As Jack Bagshaw kind of hikes one away a little bit. Controlled though, didn't go too mad with it. Gets a single. Steve Green's first ball. Just looking at the other facts of that Liam Booth spell. Let's poke that one out. But no danger of a catch, though it might have been a bit uppish at first. So yeah, 4 for 25 of his last 9 overs. 84 dots Liam Booth bowled. That's 14 overs of the 17 equivalent were dots. as I said before, when you consider how fast the outfield is, the field's been up as well. Kevin Carroll drove one of his fuller balls for a big, big six, which he's going to do to most players. But just to concede 5 4s and a 6 in that time as well, as Liam Booth did, is really quite something. And I think we're going to see spin at both ends now, just that single off that previous over from Steve Green. 106 for 7, 20 overs remaining for Brooklands, and we are going to see Tom McGowan. M-A-G-O-W-A-N. McGowan, as he is known locally. Right, over spin bowler.
Charlie! Charlie!
Just spreading a little more now. Let's just see who's where. What have we got? So Tom McGowan just warms up. We've got a deep square leg and a deep cover on the boundary. Rob Semi's come out of slip into mid wicket. Liam Booth is at mid on. Tim Hughes is at short mid wicket. Also short, yeah, just wide. Rob Semi's a little bit square at mid wicket. Short fine leg as well. Backward point. Cover. Sorry, extra cover, correction, cover on the boundary. Tom McGowan. Been a very handy bowler for Didsbury this year. And first cup game last weekend, and another one tomorrow. He's acquitted himself very well with the ball and in the field too. I think he's just pleased with his batting though. So 1 not out at Grappenhall last week off 1 ball. He was very pleased with at the end. Pulled away. That's going to be tight if they can get the throw in, and that should be a mile out. Yes, Rob Semi with the throw, and it was hit straight to him by Jack Bagshaw. And that is disaster for Brooklands. A run out, the last thing that they needed. But Rob Semi whizzing the throw into Charlie Lowen. He's on that mid-wicket position. Rob Semi. And Captain Jack Bagshaw will be absolutely distraught, I'm sure. His partner, no chance. Sam Youds comes out, former Didsbury player, of course. And what a situation he's facing. 106 for 8. And that really has put the tin lid on it for Brooklands, you know, in a way. You feel there'll be plenty of chat for Sam Youds. I can assure you of that. No animosity, of course. Players move on as they often do. And Sam gave his all for Didsbury, that's for sure. For a good 4 or 5 years. I seem to think it was something like that. I was certainly sorry to hear he'd moved, but wanting the opportunity for more first team cricket. Anyway, finds himself at number 10 in his side, 106 for 8 in his all ground. As I say, be plenty of chit chat. As he's down the pitch, and he's gone for the single again to Rob Semi. Oh my goodness me, that would have been 2 run outs in and over. That was a direct flick at the stumps. Rob Semi, hands on head at mid wicket. That was just a whisker wide. Sam Youds nearly ran out his captain. Oh. You can can see a tail there of increasing Didsbury dominance. 107.48. Although Tom McGowan's over 1 over for 1 run looks pretty innocuous, it was action-packed. 1 run out, 1 very close thing call as well. 2 really ill-judged runs. The Brooklands batters. Anyway, they're okay. Sammy out on strike now. Sorry, just let me correct my scoring record, which has not gone to plan. Over, thank you very much. Sorry, just catching that up. That's my mistake. Sammy Odes. My sheet was right, but my figures on the screen were wrong. That's my error. Apologies for that, but we're right now. 107 for 8 with Sammy Odes on strike. Struggling to work out Steve Green here. Looked like a little edge through onto the back pad there. This time no single there, so another rapid over, maiden over from Steve Green, his third. Didsbury turning the screw. And there is the card correct now, thankfully. That run out of Dana Gorman. Third Brooklands player to be dismissed without scoring. And what's been a very difficult afternoon for them, as it's turned out to be, with the bat. Looked very good at one stage at 67 for 1 in the 18th over. Seven wickets going down for 39 runs in a little under 20 overs. Has really scuppered their ambitions, having correctly chosen to bat. That's nicely flighted. Correctly chosen to bat, having won the toss, and in such a promising position. Really disappointed. They've just got to mentally regroup as much as they can here. Try and get through to, well, 40 overs initially, and then 45, and just work their way through. These two are, I will say again, perfectly capable batsmen. No reason why they can't. Just the pressure of the situation. If they can keep their heads. That is very much the key for them. Another maiden over. Didsbury hustling through. Really good to see this. I like this. You can see that's a 10th maiden over of the innings. And just getting through it a couple of minutes and over now, which is excellent. Steve Green to continue his 13th over. That's Sammy Oates. He's right back there, Sammy Oates. Good job he got some bat on that. point circle. So plane just having cleared takeoff at Manchester Airport. Some applause for Tom McGowan coming from mid-off. Keep Sammy out on strike. Yeah, such that plane glide away. So they're clearly taking off into the wind, so that it's a slightly easterly breeze today. Usual wind direction, but it's so light. It's absolutely gorgeous down here at Didsbury, and a good crowd gathering now, and why not enjoying this fine weather. Lovely afternoon for a beer and a bit of cricket. Oh, that's beaten everyone, I think. Yeah, it's going to be 4 byes. Yeah, 4 byes it is. Signalled by umpire Chris Hyde. Disappointment for Charlie Lowen, the wicket keeper. 111 for 8. That's, my colleague Roy's watching the second 11 at this home club.
These two have got 80.
Oh, good. That's flicked nicely away by Sammy Ouds. Might get a couple there. Should get 2. Does get 2. So better end to the over there for Brooklands, breaking that sequence of maidens.
Come on, fellas. Our energy. Don't drift with them. Our energy. Here we go. Come on. Timmy, Princey, can we get drinks, please?
Yes, we're supposed to have another drinks break ourselves, aren't we, in an overs time. So we'll see what happens with that. Going in. Jack Bagshaw, very, very patient. And has to be now.
Yes, Magga! Don't drift, lads! Our energy, don't drift!
Can get hold of that. Jack Bagshaw man at short fine leg, Dan Ward.
Our energy, come on,
He's at 47 now, right? And he's going to get a single off his 48. Judge that one all right, these two. Although there was a few gasps and groans out there. Sammy Ouds was perhaps a little casual getting his bat in, but survives. So the last ball of the 40th over, and we should have another drinks break after this delivery. Dan Ward around smartly again. Keep that ball as a dot. And we are going to have another drinks break. Are they not ready? They're not ready. Somehow. That sums things up, doesn't it? Right. Nobody alert to the situation, despite the captains agreeing it, the umpires agreeing it, and the scoreboard is clearly showing where the overs are up to. We still can't get that sorted out. Oh well. We'll have another over of cricket. Steve Green is 14th at the Brooklands skipper. There you go, Royal Mouthing, it looks like that. Just showing my colleague Roy the scorebook on the on the screen. Yeah. It's just a succession of darts. Jack Bagshaw is 27 balls getting off the mark, and he's battling hard, but really stuck as to what best to do here. Has to be conscious of the overs. They've got a sharp single there. They're going to be okay. Decent throw from Sam Leach coming in, but he had to scramble around to get it, and a safe enough one in the end. 1-1-5-4-8. So last ball before what should be the second drinks break. Nice firm drive from Sam Yeards, but straight to mid-off. That's no run. And I think we are going to take drinks now. Yes, we are. So second drinks break, 41 overs, 14 remaining. Brooklands 115 for 8, and we should be back with our commentary on the resumption in about 5 minutes' time.
Boys, our energy here. Our own energy now, fellas. Come on. Don't drift here. Make something happen, Wendy. It's really hard not to drift. It is. Don't drift here. Come on. Ready and waiting for the oppo.
So we're all back to finish the Brooklands innings off. That second drinks break, Jack Bagshaw on strike and Tom McGowan to bowl to him. saw Jack briefly just having a chat with Kevin Carroll during the drinks break, and he's clearly in a bit of a pained look on his face, Jack, just not physical. Clearly aware of all the dots he's absorbing, but at the same time, what does he do? He'll feel wretched about running his partner Dan O'Gorman out. This is nowhere near enough runs, or it certainly shouldn't be. But and he's still got a lot of overs to bat with just 2 wickets left. He's going to get a single there, nicely done. And like I said before, Sam Youds is a more than capable number 10. He's certainly a lot. Oh, I don't understand why he's batting so low. And is more than capable. Don't be fooled by him coming in this low down the order, but with the wickets that have fallen and the relatively few runs on the board here, another service update from PCS Pro with a live update problem. What a surprise. It's dreadful. It's every single week we have issues as we've had here. Anyway, thankfully it's not affected hopefully your enjoyment and the pictures at home. That's another over whips by, just a single from that. Steve Green, who will all his allocation through, well, he'll be hoping not to, because he'll be hoping to have claimed the wickets before that's necessary, but he has been in complete control. I made that just under 2 minutes for that over. That's excellent. Tom McGowan bowled, and Steve Green in again, and nice bit of work from Dan Ward there at backward point. Just looking at the live scores around O'Dear, right. Oh, nicely fielded. Very close again. Jack Bagshaw bounced. Rob Semi snatched that quickly. It slipped. Nearly got a throw away. So I'm just looking at Toft all out at Hyde, 105. That seems to have come to a very sudden and sorry end there for the visitors. Grappenhall, 86 for 6 off 40 overs at Cheadle. Oh. It's tough going there. What else have we got? Alderley Edge, we're going a lovely 185 for 3 at Neston. 15 overs to bat there. I told you it'd be a lot of runs. Now we've had an update from Oxton. Nantwich 125 for 4 off 40. So single is taken there quite comfortably in the end. Just the one. And the other game witnessed 175 for 4 at Chester. So that again could be a chunky score. They've got 13 overs left about there. Very tricky opposition Widnes will be this afternoon. Get themselves into a good position at Chester as Sam Youds defends that last ball of the 43rd over. And there you can see Brooklands card. Sorry sight for them after that fine second wicket stand of 48. Put them in a great position, but as we've said, 67 for 1 they were. So 7 for 50. There's the damage that has been done by the Didsbury attack. Liam Booth, 17 overs straight through, 4 for 40. Steve Green, 15 overs, just 26 runs and 2 wickets. Tom McGowan in for his 5th over already, and he's bowling very tidily. extra down the pitch this time, but he can just drive it out for a single. Sam Leach coming off that cover boundary. So one's on, that's all that they can manage at the moment, Didsbury. Another single there though, on that over. They'll be happy with that. Bit of a missed throw from Dan Moore, back up to the bowler. Single for Sam Youds. So 2 off that over, 44th over. You can see the 4 bowlers used by Didsbury. Nick Anderson, the early breakthrough, but was expensive after that. Took himself off. Brought Steve Green on. That's a nice shot from Sam Youds. He's picked the right ball there to sweep with a little bit of width, and a boundary for Brooklands to celebrate. The first one in 10 overs, I make that. Well, they had 4 byes. The first one off the bat in 10 overs. And such a good pitch, such a good outfield. This is the 13th 4 of the innings. Just having a look at the early figures. We had 9 up to that score of 67 for 1 that we kept mentioning.
Come on, Brooklyn!
Yeah, it's down the pitch, but so just another 4 since the that big 6 from Kevin Carroll. 6s from him and AJ Hart, of course. Just 4 boundary 4s since the 17th. Nicely judged again by Sam Youds for a single. Saw a little gap there. So that's intelligent batting from him in that over. 5 off it so far with a ball to come. That's a nice shot from Jack Bagshaw, and that's a 4 for him to finish the over. And some reward for Brooklands' patience there. You can see the difference that's made to this 9th wicket stand. 22 they've added now, very useful runs. Score up to 128, a batting point comes into view. And they just show the virtue there of waiting for the right ball, not being overly aggressive, Brooklands, but just choosing a moment. That's intelligent play. Sam Youds has flicked that one nicely through mid-on, and that's going to be another 4 for him. And this little riposte now from Brooklands. Takes them to their first batting point, 132 for 8. The man's gone back at wide, long on now. Youds has hit that hard but low, but well caught by, oh, I thought it had been well caught by Ed Newman. He's on the bounce. Oh, I thought it was a terrific catch, but nobody else did. Sorry about that, everyone at home. I thought he'd hit it right on the full low, and it was a fine stop by Ed Newman, but no, straight into the ground. No animation at all from any fielders. Sam Youds showing his worth at, as I say, a very, very capable batter. It shouldn't be number 10 for me. Just enters another intriguing little phase again. Little uppish that one for Sam Yode's comfort. Got away with it though. Tim Hughes coming round from that very square mid-wicket position. Rob Sammy in at short mid-wicket. So that's the end of Tom McGowan's 6th over. 1 for 9 for him. And you can just see from Brooklands' perspective there's a bit of a tail line now rather from that last circle. The two closely bunched together, which explains their collapse in statistical terms. Two umpires just coming together to have a chat. Just checking with something, but all seems to be in order. Steve Green will have his last over.
Come on, Wizard!
Nothing seems to be unduly untoward. So, Steve Green's last over, Jack Bagshaw, Brooklands captain.
Good, Wizard! Come on, Stevie G!
Battling away. Valuable 26 they've added, these two. Oh. In this last 10 overs now of the innings. The longer they can drag this out, Brooklands, the more chance they give themselves.
Yeah, Wizard! Good Wiz, good Wiz! Some energy, Wendy, come on!
Nicely swept, but beautifully fielded by Liam Booth as well. Controlled shot from Jack Bagshaw, but no reward for that. Last ball of Steve Green's excellent spell. 2 for 35, just 35 runs off these 17 overs. It'll be a 36th. Oof. Close, but I think they were always going to be home there that time. Both tipped and went at the same time, so just one off the last ball. And in no time at all, it seems. Steve Green is through 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 36. Superb spell of bowling from him. With 8 overs remaining, Brooklands 1, 3, 3, 4, 8 still fighting. Still battling away as they have to do. Forced bowling change for Didsbury, they over after this one. That's nicely flicked by Jack Bagshaw, but the man back at wide, long on. We'll keep that to 2 runs. His first couple of runs, Jack Bagshaw. 2 fours and the rest singles in this long innings. Batted for an hour and 16 minutes now for his 19. But had to do a job for his side, and every credit to him for that. He's gone aerial again, but but flicked the wrists more on that one and found the boundary this time. It's way too wide of Liam Booth to get round, so another welcome boundary. That's the 4th one in the last 3.5 overs. Brooklands just get a bit of momentum back into their batting. 139. Tim Hughes going back now from that squarish shorter mid-wicket in the circle, more to a deeper mid-wicket. He's about 10 yards in at the moment from the boundary. Cut that off, and that's all along the ground, but straight to him. There he is, so just a single. Yeah, back shot. To 24. Shot from Sammy Outs. These two have now added 35. Fired in from Tom McGowan, last ball of the over. Good over for Brooklands, though, 8 from it. Their best over in a while. They're up to 141. You can see that run rate just climbing a little bit, and these are all runs that Didsbury have to get. And we are going to see Dan Ward. So one left arm spinner replacing another.
Come on then, boys. Bit of energy for Wendy here. Come on.
Just there.
Get behind Wendy, lads. Here we go.
Didsbury 149 for 5. Didsbury 2s at Brooklands. Let's have a look at the scores from around the county league. Grappenhall 98 for 7 of 45.
Come on, Wardy.
Real advert for attacking cricket there. Let's get back to this match though. Dan Ward, first ball to Sam Youds. There's 3 men on the leg side boundary. We've got deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, mid off, cover on the boundary, backward point, and a very deep gully. Steve Green there, short fine leg. Tim Hughes at short, extra cover. Nicely in Dan Ward. Sam Youds flicks that away for a single.
Maggie's back that one, please.
Let's get rid of that one.
Come on, Frog. Yeah, Wendy. Brilliant, Wendy. Go with him here, lads. Come on, go with him.
For a single. Good tidy start from Dan Ward. This is a fine young cricketer.
Come on, Wendy.
Just 17 years old, I think, Dan. And good strong ball in action. Dropped that a little bit short, but only be a single. Sam Youds cuts that one out to Tom Bidwell, cover on the boundary. 144 for 8.
Come on, Wendy.
Forward in. Oh, that's leapt a little bit.
Frog. Good start, Froggy.
Jack bag short. The end of that. A good first over from Dan Ward. Just 3 from it. We're just into the last 6 overs now, so it's a good effort from Brooklands to absorb these overs. It was only the 36 that they were 8 down, so these two have battled through 12 overs and absorbed that time. As we're going to see a change of bowling, and Nick Anderson is replacing Tom McGowan. So switch of ends for the Didsbury skipper. Wicket of Cunliffe, LBW, but it's hit for a really stylish 6 by Todd Walker early on, and a little bit expensive, so withdrew himself from the attack. coming in now to change it up. This partnership now was put on 38. Let's see how it's pulled straight away. He's not going to get. He's going to get a couple. He's not got hold of that. It's on the splice of the bat, but it's comfortable too for him. So they've batted just over 13 overs together. These two now and done a fine job. That's it. All runs Didsbury have to get. Nearing 150 now. Easy single there, there's a big gap, men back on the leg side. And this has been a good sensible partnership from Brooklands' perspective. They had the bit of a false shot from Jack Bagshaw. But yes, although we had that alarm in the first over where he was almost run out. The wrong position for when Sam Youts wanted a quick single. But since then, they've defended very patiently. Just started to wrest back a little bit of control. So it shouldn't be anywhere near enough runs, but pressure does funny things, and it's an experienced Brooklands bowling attack. That's nicely pulled, only be a single. Bagshaw, Tim Hughes out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. That's a bounce, big bouncer, but controlled hook from Sam Youts for single. Down to fine leg. 5 off the over. So that's 50 overs bowled, and you can see the Didsbury bowlers, Liam Booth and Steve Green, through their maximum allocations, both bowled terrifically well. 34 overs for 6 for 76 between them.
Come on, Wendy.
So, Dan Ward.
Yes, Wendy. Come on, the Ward. Come on, Wardo.
Second over. Sam Youts will bowl at Sam Plenty in net practices. Played together on the same team a number of times, but
Get down, Wizard.
opposite sides now. After Sam's move to Brooklands, he's going to get a couple here off the under edge. That's all he wants.
Brilliant win.
150 up for Brooklands, and
Come on, Wendy. Come
as
on.
I think you're aware, 160 is another batting point, so they'll be keen to get to that landmark.
Oh, get on with it. Come on, Wendy. Back the end. Back it.
Another single for Sam Youts, flicked away to deep mid-wicket, so he's on to 23, very well made runs. Partnership's 46 now. Which is terrific.
Oh, yes,
Good ball,
Froggy.
Dan Ward, had to be dug out by Jack
Brilliant,
Bagshaw.
Frog.
And just a single to finish the over with a lot of men back now. 4 off that over. 51 bowled, 153 for 8. Yeah, you can see that excellent partnership has suddenly reversed all the traumas that have gone before it. 48 for the second, and now 47, crucial 47 for this ninth for Brooklands. What do you think, Roy? You more encouraged with what you're seeing out here? Or are you too busy watching the twos at your twos again?
It's a bit of both. It's nice to see people apply themselves.
It is always good to see them apply themselves, and like I've said, with a batsman of the quality of Sam Youds at number 10. Yeah, it would be very good. Nick Anderson in. It's hit nicely, but only be a single. Tim Hughes out there at deep mid wicket. So Nick Anderson to resume battle with Sam Youds. Which you just stumbled a little bit. 147 for 6 off 48 at Oxton. It must be the wicket you played on last week. Oof. Just there, escaping Sam Youds. Just chopped that over his stumps. On the edge, 229 for 3. Still with 9 overs to bat at Neston. Gosh, that's a good pitch there. Up all 100 for 9. Widnes 195 for 5. That's looking menacing for them. For at Chester, just 1 for Sam Youds. I think if you'd have asked Didsbury at the start, losing the toss and the opposition coming in, if they said you're looking at around about 180 to chase, they'd have taken it. But from being 107 for 8, they will have wanted to do better than that, as Jack Bagshaw drives that nicely wide of mid-off for 4. Despairing dive you may have seen in your picture, but to no avail. Tom McGowan at mid-off. A 4th boundary for the Brooklands skipper, into the 30s now. 32 he's made, and the partnership past 50. 53 these two have added now off 97 balls. What a fine job they've done for their side. Just another batting point now. Just to run away. And there it is. And looking like they might get none. They've got 2, which will be a minimum of 4. If they are necessary to claim. So 160 for 8, 3 overs to bowl. It does also show, of course, that there are absolutely no problems at all with the pitch. It's a lovely pitch. And this 9th pair, 54 they've added. Just over 16 overs. And been relatively untroubled. So about that alarm with the mix-up and almost the run out in the first couple of balls they were together. 1 or 2 past the edge, but nothing of any great alarm. And they've put this stand together very nicely. So both very good batters, both capable of batting much higher up the order. Nice shot from Jack Bagshaw, down the ground for another single. Short of the man at deep gully, Steve Green. Didsbury will want this 9th wicket, that's for sure. Sam Youds hits hard but straight to the man at deep mid wicket, all along the ground though. That's a nice hit, but I think it's going to be out. Yeah, Ed Newman has caught it, and Jack Bagshaw didn't get hold of that. We were talking about that 9th wicket that was wanted.
That's out.
By Didsbury, and they have got it. Ed Newman taking the catch. Jack Bagshaw's long innings, 92 balls, has come to an end. As he is caught by Ed Newman. A wicket for Dan Ward, deserved for him. And that 9th wicket falling with the score at 162. Skipper Jack Bagshaw, 34 of 92 balls. Really patient innings as Rob Leach, the last man, comes out. 27 balls getting off the mark, Jack Bagshaw, but he's doing a job for his side. And he's certainly done that. An excellent 9th wicket partnership of 56 with Sam Youds. Has really revived his side and given them something to bowl at. 162, like I say, shouldn't be enough on this great pitch. It's fast outfield, but it's still 162 to get. And when Brooklands being 107, correction, 106 for 8, weren't they? It has the score has gone way beyond what they might have imagined. As Rob Leach, last man, who had a very determined knock last week, he played, didn't he, out at Oxton, so he's no mug, is Rob, and a fine bowler as well. We'll see him in action with the ball in not too distant future. But can Didsbury get this last wicket, get a couple of overs for themselves? Oh, Leach is away straight away. Single for him. Last ball of this 53rd over. Sam Youds keeps a strike. Single there, 4 off it, 164.49 with 2 overs to go. For Dan Leach. Dan Ward, beg your pardon, 3 overs for him, 1 for 11. So this match is intriguingly poised now, in my opinion. Nick Anderson bowls the.
Two batsmen keep changing.
Okay.
I'm not sure they've got
Still a
scorer that knows what's going on.
all right. Okay. Well, that's the second 11 action that Brooklands are talking about. Here's the first 11 action. This has been good from Brooklands because, like I say, that 8th wicket fell in the 36th over, so still a lot of overs to bat, which they've managed to do. We'll give Didsbury 1 extra at most, and quite possibly not at all if they can see this over out. That's hit. Straight to mid-on. So, yeah, it's just practicing the shot he meant to play. Bound the pitch and bowled. So Sam Leach decided to go for the big hit, perhaps a little injudiciously with still some balls remaining. But that second wicket for Nick Anderson ends the Brooklands innings at 164. It's been a good even contest, really, and Brooklands initially in the ascendancy, 67 for 1 they were at one stage, but then Didsbury will say, well, they lost 9 for 97 on a blameless pitch and outfield, which they did. but they were 106 for 8, and then that 9th wicket stand of 56 has revived Brooklands' hopes, and we will see exactly how Didsbury get on with that chase of 165. They'll have 56 overs to do it in, just after 25 to 4, when we will rejoin you with commentary then. But in the meantime, enjoy the graphics, enjoy your afternoon. If you're in the area, do come on down to the club. It promises to be a very watchable chase. Lovely afternoon for a beer, or a glass of wine, whatever you fancy. So we'll see you again about 25 to 4. Didsbury to chase 165 to win.
See you later.
That's why he moved out in the end. Where's one to? Have I met him before? You might have. Yeah. Black top, like say back. Weren't cold. You say you know him.
Score is already comfortable.
Yeah, we're all good. So welcome back to Didsbury for the start of the Didsbury reply. Tim Hughes is going to take first ball from AJ Hart in this chase of 165. And it should be a fascinating chase indeed. .165, not a particularly imposing total, but from where they were 106 for 8 Brooklands, they will, well, I know from talking to some of the lads in the interval, they're delighted to have got that far, and they've got two very experienced opening bowlers who will give it their all. Tim Hughes hitting that one away, but no run. Oh, so it's misfield, sorry, single for Tim Hughes straight away. That's good. Charlie Lowen is the other opening bat, and Tim Hughes was on strike there. Yeah, so we've started briskly again. It's a minute before we should have done. 3:35, it's all fine. Charlie Lowen, the wicket keeper, just getting himself sorted out after a good display behind the stumps, and a job to do with the bat. That's a leading edge to start with, down into the ground. A little bit of an uncertain prod forward. Survives nonetheless. So yes, 165 the target. 56 overs. They shouldn't need that many either. I think it'll be over one way or the other before that many. But Brooklands being in such a wonderful position at 67 for 1, and then such a dire position at 106 for 8 as they collapse too. To finish on 164 with a 9th wicket stand of 56 between former Didsbury player Sam Youds and captain Jack Bagshaw. There's a huge boost for the visitors. Won the toss, so they've got some runs to defend and some runs to bowl at. AJ Hart, one of the most experienced bowlers in Cheshire cricket, wheeling away for many years. And if anything, he seems to be running in a little bit quicker this year. I don't know if it's me, right, but there's a definite intention about that. Just looking at the field. You can see Rob Leach down here at fine leg. He's opening from this end nearest to us, Parswood, in a little while. 2 slips and a gully. As Charlie Lowen faces up to AJ Hart. And that's edged down into the ground. Always a nervy time. I'll just try and turn the camera around and get a little bit of a better view of the attacking field there for AJ. We'll just look at it a little bit more like that for a ball. Nice shot from Charlie Lowen. Might have got a run there possibly, but two fielders scrambling round. So we're all good. Yes, that's the end of the first over. And that did Didsbury the likely order. I'll just shift the camera around as Rob Leach prepares to bowl. You can see him. He's given his hat to umpire Chris Hyde. So, just looking at Rob Leach's field, 2 slips. AJ is down at fine leg in the shade. Everybody else up in the circle, fairly orthodox field, 4 on the off, 3 on the on. As Tim Hughes just defends that out. This is, in fact, I'm saying fairly orthodox. There is a huge gap on the leg side. The man at square leg, is that Ben Cunliffe at square leg? Right. I think it is young Ben. Yes. And then I think that's the skipper himself at mid-on, so there's a huge gap through mid-wicket. Anything's too full, but Rob does tend to keep a fairly disciplined line on that, on and around that off stump. And that's where he's got his field, backward point. Cover, extra cover mid-off. Didsbury will be wanting to do a good job here in this run chase, an accomplished job. They would certainly, at the toss, having lost the toss and been asked to field, if you'd have said, well, you'll be chasing 165, they'd have snapped your hands off for that, I can assure you, at the toss. But having had the opponents 106 for 8, they will have been disappointed to be chasing that many now. But as we said, the 9th wicket pair weren't by no means the worst pair in the world. Sammy Howard's no mug with the bat at all, a very fine player. And Jack Bagshaw, the captain, equally competent, very good. They both batted much higher up the order in their time in Cheshire cricket. Didn't have to take any risks. Good pitch, good outfield. They had plenty of time to bat and they used it. And that's got to be the lesson for Didsbury as well, to copy this. You don't have to get this game won inside 20 overs. There's no extra points for speed of runs. It's just purely and simply getting the runs. driven and caught. David Cunliffe, I think, has taken the catch there. White sun out. This is Todd. Well, my apologies to Todd. Fielding there at Gully, and an early blow for Brooklands. And that is a wicket maiden. Tim Hughes, the opener. Caught at Gully, and so Ed Newman comes out to bat. The left-hander, first left-hander we'll have seen today. He's in very early indeed. And now you'll see that wicket for Rob Leach. Todd Walker with the catch. And Didsbury 1 for 1. And, just what Brooklands will have been hoping for, that early wicket. Just the sort of thing that can happen early on against that new ball. Poked at it a bit too firmly. And Todd Walker in that gully position. Snapped up the catch. So, first early blow for Brooklands as Charlie Leach gets off the Charlie Lowe, I beg your pardon, gets off the back to Rob Leach coming in to do the fielding. That fine leg, he's away. Don't know why that hasn't gone onto the stream. There we go, that's better, 2 for 1. So Ed Newman, left-hander, first one, as I say, that we've seen, first left-hander in the game. In very early, and Dan O'Gorman is wasting no time in coming up to the stumps. To immediately, he's going to come around the wicket as well, so we're going to have a slight delay while the screens are moved. So we're still getting ourselves sorted out. And the split side screens, as you can see in the top of your picture. AJ Hart in. Oh my goodness me. That was not too far away at all. And Ed Newman will have been breathing a sigh of relief. That one just whizzed past the edge. White ball. First one of the match. Straining a bit too hard for the right line, AJ. So another run gratefully received by Didsbury. nice piece of flapjack. I took away from Headingley last night, the game we were doing there. Nice shot from Ed Newman, but straight to the fielder. That extra cover. Who was that fielding that ball, Roy? Who was that fielding there? Extra, was that Sam? That's Sam, isn't it? Yeah. Can't tell for looking at the moment. Sam Yowd's the fielder. But, extra cover. So, final ball of the third over. Nicely driven by Ed Newman, and he's going to be away this time, yeah, and he's going to get 4, I think. That's escape. No, it's slowed up. The fielder's slowed it up. Just got a touch to it as he fielded. But 3 runs for Ed Newman to get off the mark. And that third over on a positive note for Didsbury. 6-4-1. It's intriguingly poised game. Just in this early stages, and that first blow struck by Brooklands. A key one as the sun returns. I haven't seen that for a little while. But, glad to have it back now. It's lovely and warm. Nice afternoon. Lovely afternoon for our game. So Ed Newman is going to face Rob Leach, staying over the wicket to him. And he's flicked that away. A lot of AJ suddenly into action there, down at fine leg. Stops it, as you see, for a single. Brings Charlie Lowen on to strike. First ball he'll have faced from Rob Leach. Very optimistic shout for a catch there. There was balls battered in the ground. Afternoon for this intriguing contest we have. Batters will just want to get in. It's a super afternoon for batting. And they just want to stay nice and patient. Take a leaf out of the 9th wicket pair for Brooklands. Just take your time and get accustomed to all the conditions. But if the ball's there to hit as well, hit it nicely, as Charlie Lowen has done beautifully through the covers for the first boundary of the innings. That will help him feel a lot better. It's a completely risk-free shot there, the big gap between the cover and backward point fielder. Right across to cover the shot. Oh, there we go.
Bloomfield and Hill, look at little 14-year-old.
all to finish the fourth over. The run rate not especially significant. Didsbury will certainly have plenty of time to get these runs, and I don't think time will be the factor in this. They'll 56 overs if they want them to bat, but can't imagine the game going that long. Either way, so AJ Hart will continue around the wicket to, as he did last over, to Ed Newman. Newman has to reach for that. It's a bit slower. It's a stop well short of man at extra cover. Sam Yotes. Big gap on the leg side, just square leg and mid on for the left-hander if there's anything in that area, but I would expect AJ to keep a disciplined line. He's got two slips who are so, well, almost a first slip and a third slip really. You can see this leg of the third slip. I think that's Kevin, isn't it? But he's very, very wide, and then a gully as well, Todd Walker. The keeper up to the stumps, so I feel the slip's spreading a bit wider as a result. It's nicely driven, but straight to mid-off. Oh, chance for a stumping, but oh gosh, that was an escape. He was groping forward at thin air there, Ed Newman. Off balance, out of his ground, but the ball came to Dan O'Gorman. He just couldn't quite keep his balance. Yeah, it did a little bit. And the upshot is that Ed Newman survives. I'll be hugely relieved about that. And Didsbury too. He's still there. Nicely in behind that one. Game of missed chances really. There were one or two close calls in the Brooklands innings. Bowler himself, AJ Hart, was dropped. The third ball he received, he was dropped, but thankfully for Didsbury, didn't prove too costly. And Ed Newman solidly in behind the last two balls of that over. Maiden. So this tight start continues. Matthew Laker they're bowling for Didsbury twos. We're just watching him. 192 to defend Didsbury, which is a good total. Second 11 cricket certainly. I'd be confident of doing the business with that.
Hi, Rob.
But we're going to watch Rob Leach in our game. Charlie Lowen facing him. Driven again nicely, but there's a man out on the cover boundary now, so it'll only be a single. Jim Hugel out there on the cover boundary. The sun just disappears behind a cloud, having been out so brightly. I thought we were set fair for a while, but sure it'll be with us again soon. And again, Dan O'Gorman coming up to the stumps. Very Confident wicket keeper that does that. So the first pair with the new ball still moving around, and that's easily taken. A single for Ed Newman. Field is very deep. Indeed, one or two shouts to that effect in the slip cordon, that was too easily gained, that single. Didsbury not complaining. 13 for 1. That's beautifully driven by Charlie Lowen. Well stopped. Is that the captain? Is that Jack? I think it is, isn't it? That's all he could do to stop. He couldn't prevent the single, but did well to stop it getting past him. Chunky drive from Charlie Lowen. Nice sound off the bat. More on for him. Just looking around at the action. We'll update you on that shortly. To adjust that camera angle, don't I? Apologies about that. There we are, it's a bit better. See a bit more of the action there. 14 for 1. Leach into Newman. Pushes that nicely, much straighter now Ed Newman, and I think he's beaten the chase of the two men there. He has. He's timed that very nicely indeed. And even gets the nod of approval from Roy Higginbottom next to me, scoring for Brooklands. Roy like that. Here is praise on the microphone. A very nice way to open your boundary account for Ed Newman. Didsbury up to 18. They've got it below 150, and they'll be looking to get it below 100 as the next target, but that's a reasonable start in this pursuit of 165. As just plays out the over quietly. 7 runs coming from it in total. That's a better one for the home side. So Charlie Lowen to face AJ Hart. That's down the leg side. Great take from Dan O'Gorman. Well, I think it was that wide. I think it was speared a bit, and it was a lot for the keeper standing up to do. But he did it very, very well. Dan is a fine keeper, and so you need a lot of confidence in your own ability to stand up to the new ball bowlers. Ball will be moving around. It's good attacking intent from him, part of the team effort for Brooklands. Nicely done by Charlie Lowen. He's got that through the gap with a couple of runs there. Just guided it away really. Down behind, backward point. 2 for him. Optimistic shout from one or two there, but I think they all knew it was a bit high. Just having a look around the other Premier League games that are going on, as I said I would do. Grappanol managed 100, took them 54 overs to get 115 at Cheadle. Oof. That cannot have been easy viewing. Well, certainly good for the Cheadle members, I would imagine, although rather painstaking run chase there. A much more confident shout on that occasion. AJ Hart looks in disbelief. Charlie Lowen indicating it hit him quite a way up. The important thing is that umpire Martin Howe was not convinced. So it's back to these scores. Widnes 253 for 8 at Chester. That is an excellent score. That'll take some chasing for a Chester side have not been full of confidence. Bowled out for just 60 odd in the Cheshire Cup match last week. And Charlie drives that away, but no run. Finished that over 20 for 1 after 7. Hyde have beaten Toft by 9 wickets all over at Werneth Low. In fairly short order, 107 for 1. Hyde got a bit of a hiding themselves, if you'll excuse the pun, last week. But right back to business today. 9 wicket win for them, and all sorted, and no points for Toft, which is the salient factor there. The Neston Alderley edge detail is frozen at 50 overs. Alderley with 288 for 3, with Sam Perry going very well. 143 not out. Still with 5 overs to bat, but with no further update from there. Nantwich 173 all out at Oxton, which should be enough there. Oxton have just started their reply. That's down the leg side. It's going to be 4 something. I think 4 byes by the looks of the umpire. Yeah, 4 byes. Down the leg side, and Dana Gorman on this occasion couldn't get down and across quickly enough. So 4 very welcome runs for Didsbury. Scoring to 24. Sun back with us now, and very welcome it is to. Lovely afternoon it's been for cricket. It's an intriguing tussle for people to watch here, but Ed Newman's flicked out beautifully away for another 4. Beautifully clipped through mid-wicket. It's a punch of gloves in approval from Charlie Lowe, and that was a nice stylish shot. It's a man at deep at mid-wicket and a man at square leg, but it was dissected them both all along the ground. Lovely shot for Ed Newman. His second boundary to go with a very stylish one he hit in the previous over as well. 28 for 1. Target now down beneath 140. Just keep taking these runs down, Didsbury. That's all I want to see. No rush. Late appeal for a stumping coming in by Martin Howe. Switched on at square leg, watching. So shook his head immediately. Nicely defended the end of over 8. All good for Didsbury. Just these two bowlers, I suspect, will have a fair bit of bowling to do this afternoon. Expecting to see Sam Yodes, Kevin Carroll, and possibly Todd Walker as well bowling. I was talking to the Brooklands team during the interval. We're all really heartened by that superb recovery they made. Use up almost all their overs. It's indeed a really commendable effort. It's given them a good chance in this match. It's nicely driven by Charlie Lowen, and I think despite AJ Hart getting a hand to it, that is going to run away for 4. It's a lovely straight drive, despite the best efforts of the bowler. 4 more runs to the Didsbury score. Both batsmen 13 apiece now, 2 fours apiece as well, and all 4 of those 4s they've hit between them have been lovely shots. That's a bit too short, but couldn't get hold of that properly, Charlie Lowen. Just overcompensating there, AJ. If he hadn't been driven, being too full the last ball, he dragged it back just a little bit too much, but got away with it on that occasion. That was young Ben Cunliffe fielding it to square leg. But never a crime for an opening bowler to be driven. It's far better to be driven than to be being smacked behind point or through mid-wicket because you're too short. With that new ball, you've got to pitch it up, try and get it to move and seam and swing. And AJ Hart, you can hear the frustration there because that should have been no run, but not a very good piece of fielding out there on the mid-wicket region. Allowed a single. You heard the shout of anguish in all probability, and understandably. Another gratefully accepted run, and that's the kind of thing that can just deflate. Only a single, but it's the effect of it. 33 for 1. Round the wicket to Ed Newman. Oh. And again, you can see the bowler there standing mid-pitch. Head in hands, wondering how on earth that's missed the edge. Can't have been very far away at all. Nicely turned away by Ed Newman. That gap on the leg side, a nice single, which will annoy the bowler and fielding team no end, I'm sure, but good for Didsbury. 6 off that over. Good over for them, and the early loss of Tim Hughes. You can see the second wicket partnership just settling down nicely. 14 apiece to the 2 batters. As Rob Leach looks to continue. That's on strongly out again now. First ball of his last hill went for 4 bars. Hill was a left-hander, but he's got that pitch better, but too full this time. And Ed Newman dissects that offside field once again. 3rd 4 for him. And you can pick up the applause from the Didsbury players watching, are all heartily approving of that. 38-1. Just fighting back after the loss of Tim Hughes in the second over. Yeah, that was down the leg side, but smartly across Dan O'Gorman to prevent any buys on that occasion. He's a tall player, Dan. He's a very well-built young man, but got very agile. Did well to get across there to stop that escaping from him. So behind Cloud again now. So Newman flicks that lovely straight to mid-wicket. Jim Hugel in action there. Leaning into that shot, he'll be aiming to have turned his wrist a little more on that to get it wider the fielders into the gap, but it's fine. Still plenty of time for Didsbury to bat. Got an extra over as a result of bowling Brooklands out to bat, but that should be immaterial one way or the other. Nicely turned away again, but straight to the man, Ben Cunliffe, square leg. So a good recovery in that over from Rob Leach after the first ball went for 4, but still Didsbury will be happy enough with that. 38-1. The run rate comparison won't really matter this afternoon. As I've said, it's not a question of time as such, plenty of that. It's a question of those circles appearing or not. For Didsbury just to make sure they do the job here. So, as I said earlier, they would have taken 165 to chase, having lost the toss without any doubt. Certainly batting at Didsbury, but they have got a job to do. And this intriguing match, it's a very competitive Brooklands side. They'll always give it 100%. Seen them play many times, but as another LBW appeal is turned down, you heard an expression of real dismay from AJ Hart. Couldn't believe it. Well, I'm not in the best position here. We're kind of at 8 o'clock as you're watching it. Looked a little on the high side, although that's no guide for me here. The important thing was the umpire was not interested.
First one of 3 that had a chance, I would have said.
There you heard Roy's view. But that's the area to be bowling, clearly, for AJ Hart. And the bowlers had their frustrations in the innings, and like them, he just has to keep plugging away at that length. He's been playing long enough to know that, and I'm sure he will. battled a bit with injury as well, AJ, over the years, but he was telling me earlier he's just more of his knee now the issue than his back. His back was giving him problems for a while, prevented him from bowling in some games a couple of years back. But he's looking strong enough now. As Charlie Lowen flicks that one away, there'll be a couple here. Yeah, easy two. They're not going to be able to prevent that. Almost two, so a good couple of runs for Charlie Lowen. It's going along nicely. 40 for one, so 125 more needed now. So, end of the 11th over. It's, impassioned appeal from AJ Hart. That second ball. But, Didsbury remain intact in this. As you heard, we're going to see a change of bowling. Sammy Ouds is taking over from Rob Leach at this Parswood end. And interesting to see balls now. I'm just looking at the field we've got. Well, straight a deep mid wicket. Sorry, no, it's deep cover, I beg your pardon, because obviously had Newman on strike, the left-hander. Straight out. Fine leg. What everybody else is in, as far as I can tell. It's flicked away though, first ball for 4 runs behind square. Lovely shot from Ed Newman. And that was a bit of a gift for the Australian. Flipped that away beautifully. Behind square, there's a man forward of square leg with the umpire, but no chance of stopping that. It's lovely timing, placement, and not the start Sammy Ouds will have wanted. There's always a very gentle trot in, Sam, but then it's good whir of the shoulder as the ball comes out much more quickly than the very gentle run up would suggest. Afternoon. Yeah, good pace from Sammy Ouds. Probably have a few overs to bowl this afternoon, other than the spinners. Down the pitch, Ed Newman, hooking it round, only a single down there. AJ Hart at fine leg. And they'll have to trot across now as the right-hander comes on strike. Single to Ed Newman takes him to 23. Full toss there, and he got away with that a bit, Sam Yodes. Charlie Lowen just choosing to defend it. Defensive drive to end Sam Yode's first over, 5 from it. 45-4-1 after 12. AJ Hart trudging wearily, and you'll see him coming into shot at the top of your screen shortly. Is. It's going to come around the wicket to the left-hander, I think. Yep. Still maintain that line. Here he comes, bowling to Ed Newman. Driven beautifully up to mid-off, no run. That's 2 full, but in the air and caught. Yes, caught. That extra cover, it looked 2 full in a loose drive. Dominic Booth with a good low catch. And having been frustrated with LBW appeals being turned down and a misfield giving a run away. A good low catch by Dom Booth puts this game back in the balance. Ed Newman departs, 23 he made. And that's the second Didsbury wicket with a score at 45. As Rob Semi typically runs out onto the field, all action and energy. And this now a crucial stage of the game. This powerful Didsbury middle order, Semi and Anderson, Sam Leach, Steve Green. But these two have got some runs to get yet. Didsbury still 120 short, still some way away. Although conditions are good for batting, the pressure of the situation is what will really make the difference. Just a little delay where you can see the fielders going down, because it'll be right-handers now. We've got 3 other left-handers, but I'll be hoping not to see any of them batting. So for the time being, it'll be an over-the-wicket attack. As AJ Hart prepares to bowl to Rob Semi. Wide stance, keeper up to the stumps. Oh, flicked away for 4, but there was an anguished yell from all the Brooklands fielders and the bowler as the diving, sprawling attempt there by Dom Booth. I think he was anywhere near the ball. In truth, it would have been an incredible catch if he'd have taken it. Full length effort. Rob Semi away with 4 straight away. He'll be I beg your pardon to both fielders. Dave Cunliffe, thank you. It's me getting myself confused. Thanks, Roy. Yes, a diving effort by David Cunliffe, but avoided his despairing grasp. 4 runs for Rob Semi, as I say. And that unusual leave that he's developed, Rob, where he completely turns his back on the ball. Evident there. Effective though. I'll be happy enough with that. That's a nice drive, again straight to mid-off. Just checking a few other things. Wigan getting some revenge for that Rugby League reverse last week against Leeds, winning the Challenge Cup match. Incredible game of Rugby League that was, if you saw that last Friday. Dear me. Back with the cricket here. Rob Semi carefully plays out and defends that last ball of a wicket taking over from AJ Hart. 49 for 2, Didsbury. There you can see the 2 wickets that have fallen, and the vital role these two have to play in getting Didsbury to that target required. Sammy out in, and Charlie Lowen taking a single. I think that's, yeah, it's always going to be one, I think. He was running to the danger end, Charlie Lowen. And Didsbury 50 up with that one. Through some of the other day's cricket as well. What's going on in the world? My son's down at Edgepass today watching the T20s, and some good cricket. That's through there. Oh, that's dropped. That's dropped. Todd Walker has dropped it. It's gone for 4 as well. It was a very catchable opportunity. Sliced off the edge of the bat, and a life for Rob Semi. And how crucial might that be? Todd Walker has already caught one, and that one was kind of burst through his hands, I think, a little bit. It was let's try and turn the camera a little bit so you can see the area he is as much as I can anyway. Gosh, that's a life for Rob Semi. He's very wide at gully there, Todd Walker, but he will have, well, you can see from his body language, he's looking very unhappy. That was a big wicket, big opportunity rather, would have been a huge wicket. Rob Semi so early. As it is, he's got away with that one, thankfully for Didsbury. Phew. Lesson for Sammy out, just keep it there. That's 2 full and beautifully driven, and that's much more convincing boundary for Rob Semi. Guards that one away behind point, all on ground for 4 this time. His 3rd 4 already. Brooklands will feel is leading a bit of a charmed life, almost A very difficult chance of his first ball, the diving one at square leg. It would have been an incredible catch to take it, but that much more routine one just a couple of balls ago. He's already into double figures, did 358 for 2. And he wants a single then, he's going to get one as well. And that's going to, oh, I thought it was going to be overthrows then for a minute because the fielder backing up. It's looked like he overran it, managed to stop it. A good signal from Rob, semi-aggressive running, 10 off the over in the end for Didsbury, so they'll be pleased with that. Some yards there, you can see 2 overs for 15 doesn't quite tell a story. So it's certainly all action here. 58, sorry, correction, 59 for 2. Staging back there a little bit, there we are. So, Hart into semi. Exaggerated leave alone from Rob Semi. Lovely drive from Rob Semi, but nicely fielded. Jim Hugel getting down well at extra cover. Brooklands fielders trying to lift each other, lift their bowler. Absorbing game. Fielded the bowler. So, another maiden over, third one of the innings. This is partnership just settling down after that. Useful one of 44 for the second wicket, but not nearly enough from a Didsbury point of view. For 2, so 106 more required. Looking at how to get this target under 100 and then work it down in lots of 10 or 15 from there. Let's get there first of all. Sammy Howard's in as Charlie Lowen guides that into the ground over the Field at backward point, it's going to run away, gathers pace, 4 runs. Nicely controlled shot from Charlie Lowe, and a bit of width to play with there. And he's into the 20s now with his third 4. Just over an hour's play we've had. So, Charlie Lowe had been batting all that time. Didsbury will want him to stay there a lot longer. Off the edge, and that's caught. Oh, that's Todd Walker again in action, and that was a screamer. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry you missed that on the on your screen, as it was fast, low catch, and Charlie Lowe, having just said how Didsbury would want to be staying there more than this hour that he's batted, has to go. A fine catch. He's put one down, probably the easiest one of the lot, Todd Walker, but he's caught one good one, and that was an absolute screamer. That he departs. So, a big passage of play coming up. Nick Anderson, the Didsbury skipper, comes to the crease. Well, he doesn't, Roy, but at the same time, he's had a lean run this season with the bat. His innings in the league have been 0, 1 and 0. So he'll be conscious of that with his side in a spot of bother, certainly at 63 for 3. A fine catch there from Todd Walker, and you can see a very nervy flinch at the first ball from Sam Youds. Will give Brooklands plenty of encouragement, and Didsbury will be desperately hoping their skipper can rediscover some form, because another wicket now puts them in a whole world of trouble. So again, there's plenty of time left. Still another 40 overs after this one. But it's an intriguing game it is, and with Brooklands snapping up that sharp chance, Todd Walker, it really was a wonderful catch. Low down, one-handed. As he's flicked that away, Nick Anderson for 4. That will make him feel a lot better, and makes me feel a lot better too, to end the over with. $67 for 3. Yeah, well, that was a. Yeah. It's probably the easiest one of the 3. The other 2 have come in very quickly, but has taken them both very, very well. So, 67 for 3. Didsbury now require less than 100 from their perspective. 98 more, but that's still a long way away. AJ Hart, experienced campaigner. Still plenty of overs to bowl. 1 for 20 off his 8 so far, and he will be a major threat. Two slips very deep for Rob Semi. A very tight game to call at the moment. Really is a fascinating watch. A good number of people down enjoying the sunshine. Gentle chatter and certainly all eyes out on the middle. A lot of interest there from the Brooklands players. Put a big edge onto his pad. Rob Semi gets him a single. Brings Nick Anderson. Captain to captain this will be. Nick Anderson down on strike now. Slashed hard over Todd Walker this time at gully, no danger there, and another boundary for Nick Anderson, second one for him. That was a calculated shot, it wasn't, he went hard at it and it was way over Todd Walker's head at gully. Second boundary. Scoring to the 70s, 72 for 3. Last ball of this 17th over. It's nicely flicked, Nick Anderson. That's a lovely shot. As good as the one in the previous over, 4 more. So a great end to the over for the Didsbury skipper and for his side. 76 for 3. So the requirement now under 90. Sam Yards to have a 4th over, 1 for 23, so not great figures on paper, but it's been a lively spell and the chance dropped off him. Taking a key wicket out of Charlie Lowen, and looked at a decent pace it's coming out at, asking questions. Rob Semi, the man, was missed off him in his second over. He's in again to him now. That's easy single as a man back on the cover boundary. And that's good to hear the Didsbury players encouraging and applauding their own. Paying attention to the game. I'm sure everyone's attention will be on it. It's an intriguing clash, this one. Intriguingly poised match. And at a crucial stage as well with two Didsbury's best batters at the crease. And that's a nice shot from Nick Anders. He's flicked that away fine off his legs, and nobody down there at all. So having been, as we were saying, struggling in his previous innings, he's dealing exclusively in boundaries, Nick Anderson. As you can see, 16 runs, and all 16 rather, from boundaries, 4 boundaries. That one nicely flicked away, as nobody at all down on the long leg area, as they shouldn't be really. It's powerfully driven, and if the man can get down, he can. It'll keep it to have to run this one, Nick Anderson, but it is a 1. He couldn't stop that. That's the captain, I think, Jack Bagshaw. Just wanted to make sure he stopped it. 82 for 3. That's short, and that's going to get the treatment. That was a poor ball. And Rob Semi, far too good a player to miss out on that. That's gone right onto the road. And the first 6 of the Didsbury innings takes the score to 88, and the requirement now to 77. So they're past halfway in their run chase.
Keep going, Yoda. Keep going, Yoda.
Got the ball back off the road. So continue again. So 12 off this over so far. And there's going to be another single there. The man on the cover boundary calling to action. Single for Rob Semi. That was a lovely hit for 6. That really was. Powerfully pulled away. End to the over for Sam Yards, but an expensive one, 13 from it. Didsbury not complaining. They've moved on to 89 as a result. And if that will be the end of Sam Yards bowling for a period of time, we'll see. We're going to watch AJ Hart bowling his 10th. That sounds like the chairman I heard just down there somewhere, is it? Not sure anyway. That's gone right through everybody, and I think that's going to be 4 more byes. It is 4 byes. Gratefully received. Dana Gorman standing up, as we've said, and second time the ball's eluded him. It's the right option. I mean, see, they've got to be aggressive, Brooklands. See Kevin Carroll just warming up there in the slips, so there's bowling action. And they've got a bowling point already, and all the points they can get from these games, they're going to help them this season. They're not going to restrict Didsbury in all the overs, so they've got to try and take wickets. They've taken 3, they've asked plenty of questions, and Didsbury are under pressure. Things looking just a bit easier just at the moment, but that can change very quickly. Immaculately forward there, Rob Semi. Pushing out to mid-off. That looks like a good shout to me, yeah, and is given. Rob Semi looks distraught. He certainly wasn't very far forward. Whether he felt he got an edge on the ball or not, I don't know. But umpire Martin Howe had no doubt. And as we said, the game delicately poised, and that is certainly a big blow. Sam Leach goes out to replace Rob Semi. He's already on the field, Sam. Semi trudges off, disappointed. The fourth wicket down with a score at 93. And Rob Semi, the third batter to get going, get into the 20s, but then not be able to progress. And that changes the balance of things again. Didsbury still 72 away. 4 wickets down. And it really is game on now. AJ Hart's plugged away on that full length. He's had a couple of LBW shouts rejected, much to his disappointment. But that one answered in the affirmative. It certainly did look like it was hit him sort of shinish high, but whether there was bat involved is impossible to see. And so all that matters is the umpire was quite happy that that was out. Second wicket for AJ, and he's now got a new batter in Sam Leach to bowl at. Sam Leach, who dropped him on the boundary. Third ball when AJ was batting. Ooh, that's off the edge. Sam Leach, not where he meant. He's going to get away with a single. I'd be glad of that, but a little bit sketchy to start with, but 1 run he will take. And there you can see the Didsbury card, 3 batters in the 20s, but being able to get no further. Nick Anderson, a big hope now for them. I'm just going to see, I think Didsbury, Brooklands correction, I'm going to switch in bowling, and I think we are going to see Kevin Carroll. Yes, we are. Placing Sammy Outs, 4 overs for 36. Big wicket of Charlie Lowen, but too expensive for the captain's liking, so he's turned to spin. And indeed, I think is Kevin the leading Brooklands wicket taker this year so far. That's what the players was telling me before. Yeah, it's certainly the ball. Let's just have a look at the field.
Excuse me, mate. Excuse me, mate. Did it finish?
No. Fielders adjusting the side screen, and we've got a deep square leg on the boundary and a deep cover on the boundary. There's 2 guys who are moving the side screen have come in
Last day of the game.
to mid off and mid on. We've got a man very close at short extra cover.
Come on, Kevin.
Got a deep backward point. Very deep. Well, AJ's almost short third man, that is it, right in the circle anyway. Very deep gully position. Short fine leg, mid wicket. So here we go. Kevin Carroll, left arm around. I just got to hope he can seize on it if he does. That's a full toss. Straight into the ground. Straight into the ground, that gentleman. And again, we had this a couple of times in the Didsbury innings where they were very confident that the catch had been taken on the bounce. It certainly looked from my angle that was straight into the ground. I'll be amazed if this was given out, but you never know. Looked, yeah, they've said not out, and I think that's the right decision. And I say it's the 3rd time that's happened in this game. Twice Didsbury were assured that they'd taken catches. Certainly one of those was on the bounce, or that what the umpires judged it was on the bounce, certainly. Same there. Settle down again. And again, some ironic appealing and cheering from the crowd there watching that. That was clearly straight into the ground, nicely driven by Sam Leach.
I know why you lot win the league now. I know why you lot win the league now.
Hi, David. Yeah, the league chairman's turned up as well to have a watch. This intriguing match. And they eventually decide to go for a run. There was always a run there when the fielder misfielded it, short cover, and Nick Anderson urged Sam Leach to come on through for the run after the skew behind the fielder at backward point. Comfortable enough in the end, 95 for 4, so 70 now required. Another single there, tucked around the corner. And an eventful first over from Kevin Carroll. And are we going to have drinks? Ah, they are ready. So we're going to just stop for drinks as we did in the first innings. Didsbury 96 for 4, 69 more required, and we'll be back shortly to pick up the action again. So we're about ready to resume after our first drinks break. This fascinatingly poised Premier Division game. See, 4 wickets, 4 partnerships for Didsbury, but 4 wickets lost, 96 for 4. As we resume with AJ Hart bowling to his two captains in direct competition here. Going to Nick Anderson. He's made a good start here, 18 not out. 4 nice 4s for him. Didsbury 69 more needed, but only 6 wickets in hand. All the time in the world. They've still got another 36 overs. Take a single for that one. Yeah, Sam Leach was some way down, and I feel he could only scramble round. Couldn't prevent the single. Brooklands just organising themselves a little more attacking. Kevin Carroll coming into a second slip. Can't quite see him there, but 2 slips. Todd Walker in the gully. 2 catches for him there. What an absolute blinder. One down. A miss off Rob Semi. Not counting too costly. Semi out just before the drinks break. LBW. To age out. Sam Leach has turned that nicely. Mid wicket. It's not going to go to the boundary, but they're going to get 2, I think. And just an easy 2. Yeah. No need to push for anything more there. Every run being applauded by the Didsbury players on the players' balcony, watching on intently. Lovely conditions again now for cricket. Really is all set up for a fascinating finish. As I've said, a good crowd down and watching and enjoying. Bar doing a good brisk trade, as it should be doing an afternoon like this. That's short, and oof, goodness me, a whisker away from an edge there. Sam Leach's eyes lit up, but as he went to force that off the back foot, just perhaps on those split-second things, a whisker away from an edge. Oof, glad you survived, Sam. 1 ball left to this 21st over. And he's turned him again nicely. Now, certainly another 2 there. It's not going to, again, there's no power in the shot from Sam Leach. They don't want 3, no, that's fine. Just another 2 will do. And Didsbury now past, brought their 100 up. 101 for 4 in their 21st. Partnerships showing again. This is a very important one between Nick Anderson and Sam Leach. And quick chat to get this field right to Nick Anderson for Kevin Carroll. Nick Anderson drives. Nice easy single there. Through the offside. Fielders were scattered far and wide on the long on boundary. Long off, but they've come in for Sam Leach. There's a deep mid-wicket back. Deep mid-wicket back and deep cover. Everyone else up. Nicely turned through. There should be a single there. Sam Leach a little bit unsure at first, but made it safely enough in the end. These runs helping Didsbury just tick this target over and not get into a hole of diverted shots. That's flicked just wide. Upish. Not really a chance, just more excitement I think than anything else amongst the fielding side. Single for the Didsbury captain to end the over. 104 for 4. As I've said, that run rate graph isn't alright. Didsbury are way ahead, but it's the circles on it that will be the key thing. And at the moment, only 4 for Didsbury is in some ways 4 too many. That's what it is. Been flicked away by Nick Anderson. Might be a 2 if they want. No, just a single. Rob Leach round quickly from fine leg. Another run now. That's all helps the Didsbury cause. 60 now required. 105 for 4. Field just reorganising for Sam Leach. Just the fine leg back, I think, now. Yep, fine leg back on the boundary, which is fair enough, and that's what they need. Everyone up in the circle, a couple in catching positions. Just a little bit offline, AJ Hart on that occasion. Nicely driven by Sam Leach. That's a lovely shot. And a fine shot for a first boundary for Sam Leach to double figures with that 4, and a lovely off drive between the bowler and mid-off. And that will help him feel a lot better, I hope, as well. Settle him more. He's got a job to do with the bat today, Sam. He's well capable of doing it, but he must do it. This is one of those targets at this sort of level of cricket that can prove to be deceptively tricky. And already Didsbury, having had Brooklands 106 for 8, for them to fight their way to 164 as they did was a terrific effort. And although the target should still be well within range, it is easier said than done. And again there, you see, just the little things like that can happen. All Sam Leach thought was there to smack over mid-wicket. Just mistimed it, the bottom edge of the bat, that could have gone anywhere. Fortunately for him and for Didsbury, it didn't roll back onto the stumps. Safely defending that one that time, so better over. I get a good over again rather for Didsbury. 5 off it. And back straight again now for Nick Anderson, long off and long on. Deep cover. Deep square leg. But, again, Nick just profits from the man being out there. Single out to deep extra cover fielder. Deep cover fielder, correction. Brings Sam Leach on to strike the men up from the boundary now to mid on and mid off. That gap over mid wicket, there is a man at mid wicket, Jim Hugel, but behind him big patch of green grass, and I'm sure the batters are aware of that, and that's one to go that direction, and he's hammered it that way, Sam Leach. That was too short from Kevin Carroll, and 4 runs for Sam Leach. Despairing diving attempt by Jim Hugel at mid wicket, but it would have been a miracle to stop that. As my colleague Roy said, he will drag 1 or 2 down, Kevin. Sam Leach profits on that one, 114. Replies nicely with a careful forward defensive. So that mid-wicket gap and a gap behind square as well. It's a short fine leg, but out to the man on the boundary. It's a whole lot of road. Huge shout. But umpire Chris Hyde not interested. Judging, I think, that was going on down the leg side, or maybe going over. But either way, not out was the decision. It's down the leg side. Sam Leach going for that gap, missing it with the sweep, but he'll take the 5 from that over, 10 from the last 2 for Didsbury. You can see that run rate is not the issue. It's perfectly healthy. It's just making that steady progress towards the 165. That's what matters. Brooklands persevering with AJ Hart, as I suspect they will for the entire allocation. He's a very fit bowler, AJ. He's got a man going back at long off and long on now for Nick. They're not going to be in play with ones down the leg side like that. It's a bit of a strange, there's nobody back at deep mid-wicket at all, which is more where Nick will hit, I think. There is a man back at deep extra cover on the boundary. There's a huge gap on the offside, just push and run. 2 close, 2 in the circle on the leg side in front of square. Nobody back. Long off and long on back. Long off is very wide as well. I'm not quite following the logic of this field, I must say, Roy. Too wide, and Nick Anderson taking no chances. That's the one thing that I don't get about this field now. I have all these men back at this stage. As it is, Nick can't find a single either. Maybe just got a bit distracted with the gaps, I don't know. He's Past the bat there, AJ Hart. You can see his hands on his head in frustration. Well, it looks a peculiar field. It's working at the moment. No runs off this 25th over so far. And indeed it is a maiden over, carefully negotiated by Anderson. You can see he is 23 not out, almost batsman in the 20s, but not being able to go on any further. But absolutely vital that he stays there. 51 more runs required. Didsbury will want to get that under 50 in this over, for sure. Kevin Carroll. It's the two men back, either side of the wicket. From Brooklands, 12 dots in a row now. I'm just trying to. That was 10 off those 2 overs. One again going down the leg side, but another dot ball. And just a little bit of pressure on the Didsbury players, and be conscious of that. As I've said repeatedly, they don't need to rush. There's plenty of time. They've just got to stay composed out there, these two. Both experienced players, fine batsmen, the pair of them. And Sam Leach has decided, actually, having said that he's had enough of that. I think that's gone all the way for 6. It has indeed, as umpire Chris Hyde indicates the end of that particular game of cat and mouse. Sam Leach taking advantage of the fielders being in at mid-on and mid-off. They're back for Nick Anderson, but in for him. Well, that might be a rethink of that. There's that second 6 of the Didsbury innings. Takes the score to 120. Fine shot from Sam. The men in, there was no risk if he could make a good connection, trust himself to make a good connection, which he did. And that's brought the target down into the 40s. Now 45 required. As AJ Hart starts on another over. It's hot work this afternoon, but as I've said, a very fit and committed cricketer, AJ. Remarkable stamina he's shown. Still, he's got this very wide long off, long on, deep extra cover out for Nick Anderson. There's nobody down at third man, and that'll be 4 more runs for Didsbury. And just a little slight easing of the pressure. Target just comes down, 124 for 4. 41 more now. So just working this down in tens. I would imagine the Didsbury batters. Oh, well taken, Dana Gorman. Climbed on him a little bit. Oh, a nice easy single there for Nick Anderson. Sorry, that's the wrong key. I meant to put that one on there because both players quietly realised a single was on offer. With fielders not quite alert enough in that fielding circle. Stolen single really, but a good one for Didsbury. 25-4-4. Oh, and he's played on. He's played on, Sam Leach, just as things look to be settling a bit for Didsbury. Another twist. As Sam Leach goes, another batsman falls in the 20s. Just as this pair were gaining some kind of control, some kind of measure of order. That partnership is nipped in the bud. 32 they added in 8 overs, and we're looking okay. Sam Leach at fine, 6 in the previous over, but this time chops on, gives AJ Hart a 3rd wicket at the end of the 27th over, and Didsbury 5 down now, still 40 away. Steve Green, the new batter. With a left-hander in, so that'll be something for Brooklands to contend with. Still some cricket to be played in this game yet. Nick Anderson very much the key now. This is the no disrespect to the Didsbury lower order, we're all perfectly capable of holding about this partnership. I've got to do the majority of the run scoring you feel in the 40 required. All the time in the world to do it. Still another 28.4 overs, so that's not going to be the issue. You can see the run rate required is insignificant. It's Didsbury can hold it, and that's gone straight up in the air, and Nick Anderson is going to be out, caught and bowled. Is. And 2 wickets in 4 balls. It was a short ball, it was not a good ball. It should have really gone onto the road, but Nick Anderson has got a top edge. It's gone straight up in the air. He cannot believe it. I can't believe it. And Didsbury, 125 for 4, are now 125 for 6. And goodness me. It's anybody's game now as Dan Ward goes out. We'll have 2 left-handers into bat. And a real pressure situation for the young man. As he walks past his disconsolate captain trudging off, cannot believe that has happened. And he knows that that has put the game right back into Brooklands' lap, that Didsbury progressing nicely, serenely. After that Leach and Anderson partnership broken in the previous over, and then the skipper himself, the 5th of 6 Didsbury wickets, the 5th to fall in the 20s. No batsman's getting anywhere really. Still a remarkable feature of the game. Jack Bagshaw's 34 is still the highest individual innings on such a good pitch and such a good outfield. Well. What a match we have now. Didsbury still 40 away. Just checking the live updating system is working. It's not, but online for those unable to follow the YouTube coverage. But wow, we've got a real game on here. Two new batsmen in, neither have faced a ball. We've got Kevin Carroll, experienced player, ball into Dan Ward, 17-year-old. Not many first team appearances. He has acquitted himself very well when he has played at this level, young Dan, but this is a real pressure situation. Just setting the field right, deep cover, deep mid-wicket. Everybody else in the field in circle. Brooklands know this is their opportunity. Didsbury have got a huge amount of work to do. Roy managing a yarn. That's true enough, Ryan. That's been a bit of a hiatus, hasn't there? Anyway, we're ready for it now. Over the wicket to the left-hander. Oh goodness me, and that was whizzed past the outside edge. Dan Ward. An easy single, and again, perhaps the Brooklands field is a little bit back on their heels there. Dan Ward alert to the possibility of a run there. Be annoyed about that, Kevin Carroll. Having taken that catch, he was caught by Nick Anderson earlier in the day, and now he's had his cricketing revenge. The ball he knows should have gone onto the road, was straight up in the air, and he took a good catch. Steve Green cuts his first ball hard, but straight to backward point, no run. End of the eventful over. And you can see, as we've said, all those circles, the dots, circles representing the wickets that have fallen, which has made this such an intriguing, very tense fixture now. As AJ Hart prepares for over number 15. He will be right pumped up for this, I can tell you. Is he going to stay over the wicket, or is he going to come round? Are we going to have another delay while we move the side screens? He's going to stay over by the looks of things for now. Just settling into the realities of facing the right arm over pace and swing of AJ Hart. Oops, bit of a bobble in the field, but mostly for Dan Ward. Some composure in this as he starts his innings. And he's going to come around the wicket for this last ball, so we're going to have to move the there's a little delay while the side screens are moved. You'll see that happening. The top of your picture. Just checking we're all okay. Yeah, we're good. So just need the fielders to get back into position at mid-off and mid-on. Last ball of this set over. Dan Ward just checking his guard again for the round the wicket approach of the bowler. And that's nicely driven by Dan Ward. It's a beautiful way to get off the mark. And you can hear the acclaim with which that cover drive, classical cover drive, is received by the Didsbury players. Oh, lovely shot. For absolutely priceless runs for Didsbury. 130 for 6. More runs needed. Still plenty of time for twists and turns yet. What have we got for Steve Green? Just the going right out on straight. Off and long on. Deep extra cover on the boundary. Excuse me, deep mid wicket on the boundary. So 4 men out. Kevin Carroll is over the wicket. See Rob Leach warming himself up. Backward square leg. That's on the full. That's an easy run for Steve Green. Just nicely pushes it down the ground. Get him off the mark. 31. It's a very full delivery again, but I was a bit disappointed he couldn't find a gap there, Dan Ward, for a run on the offside. Fielder across smartly to stop that. Send the fielders out again now. Kevin Carroll long on and long off had come up into the circle, now. His last ball. And he's sent Rob Leach right back as well at deep backward square leg now. So 2 on the leg side boundary, 2 on the straight boundaries, 1 on the offside boundary. Can't find any gaps downward, but Savard keeps his wicket intact is the main thing. Drives that out to cover. The over's gone, 1-3-1. 4-6. You can see the discussion taking place there between bowler and senior players. He's going to stay over the wicket to Steve Green, I think. And Dan O'Gorman staying back now. The Brooklands keeper realising that the lower order, middle lower order are less likely to take too many liberties with their guard and feet placed and so on. So that makes sense. So over the wicket, AJ Hart, Steve Green. Just a fine leg back and cover on the boundary. Big gap through mid-wicket for Steve Green if he can get some bat on that. Push and run. It's to your right-hand side on your screen. Nicely driven and a single taken out there onto the offside man coming round from mid-off. Got a throw away, it was 12 backed up, so couldn't prevent the run. Very tight passage of play. 7 runs in the last 3.5 overs. And really is still anyone's game. I can't believe that's missed the edge, but it did. Oh, again, I thought I did hear something there, but nobody else did, thankfully. And that, again, was just a whisker away, beautifully bowled. AJ Hart. Dan Ward grateful to have missed that one. Kind of missed it by very much at all. Solidly behind that one though to end a testing over. 16th over from AJ Hart, 3 for 50. He's won tirelessly as he always does. Just one more over from him there. You can see all of his batsmen getting into the 20s, but nobody been able to go on, stay in. This one Didsbury are having to fight trying so hard. So Kevin Carroll is going to stay over the wicket. Into Steve Green, 33 wanted. There we go, but these two can just take a leaf out of the Brooklands ninth pair. Jack Bagshaw and Sammy Howes bat patiently. Loads of time. And when you get a ball like that as well, you can benefit from it. Certainly going to get two, might even get four. A tumbling attempt down there in the, but it's in vain because that's gone for a valuable four. It's about as far away from us as is possible in that corner of the ground. Desperate attempt from the fielder down into the shadows to overhaul that ball, but it was timed too nicely by Steve Green. He gets a boundary. And the requirement now under 30, 29 required. Didsbury 136 for 6. It's gone an optimistic looking appeal for that. There's going to be a couple of leg byes, I think. Yeah. Didsbury will not matter in the least bit. Only bother how they come. 6 off 2 balls is what matters. Right on the circle at short fine leg. To chase that one back, which she won't have been pleased about after this marathon bowling spell. There's a full toss there, that can be hit anywhere, surely for at least one. Yep. There's a single. Reorganising the field, Kevin Carroll taking his time. Deep mid-wickets come up. Deep backward square leg rather has come up. So he's just now rather sort of very backward of square edge high. You can see trotting over to the offside. Looking a bit ginger. Over to one. He's brought men in short, as you can see. There's a man also short on the offside, but also on the leg side is close. It's not quite in shot. This over. He's bowled him. Yes, he's got it through. He's whizzed it through. Dan Ward playing forward, misses it, and he's bowled. Oh gosh, another twist. Delight for Brooklands. And for Kevin Carroll, who takes his second wicket. And Dan Ward has to depart, bowled for 5. Tom Bidwell comes out, another left-hander. One ball left to face in this over. You've said all along it's anybody's game, this. And its wickets falling at regular intervals. Didsbury still 26 away. And very much now in a perilous situation. Well. Can Tom Bidwell be the one to stay there and get these runs? A lot of pressure for him. And he's bowled first ball. He can't is the answer. He's bowled first ball. Yorked. by Kevin Carroll. He'll be on a hat-trick at the start of the next over. And Didsbury are collapsing here. Tom Bidwell bowled first ball. And Didsbury 139 for 8. They're still 26 away, and there you can see 2 in 2 balls as Liam Booth comes out. It's big pressure indeed. You can hear the players saying, well, well, well. Might not have been his day with the bat, Kevin Carroll, but with the ball he's played a crucial part. And Didsbury clinging on, 8 down. Well. So we've got a situation now where you have to say Brooklands are favourites, just 2 more wickets required.
Why not here, boys? Why not here?
Oh, I love it.
Come on, boys. Yes, AJ.
Steve Green defends that first ball away of AJ Hart's last over. It really is a very tense watching set of players. Cannot believe they've got into this situation. Oh my goodness me, a whisker away there from a calamity. Steve Green. They were 125 for 4 Didsbury, so it's just Brooklands collapsed in their innings. Didsbury 4 for 14 in 5 overs. Plenty of time still left, but can they keep these wickets intact? Got a single there, Steve Green. Should bring Liam Booth on strike. He must have hoped earlier in the day that his work was done with those 17 overs.
Who's this batsman?
Liam Booth, bowler of 17 overs, 4 for 40 earlier. Wonderful spell from him, but hoping he wouldn't be needed with the bat, but he is. Brooklands fielders there thinking there might have been an opportunity for a sneaky run out perhaps, but there wasn't. But they are right on top now. There's 2 wickets to take. Didsbury still 25 away. This has been a really dramatic day of cricket. You'd think the scores have been much higher, but they are what they are, and all it's been a bowling day really. The bowlers on top. And that's a nice single for Liam Booth. Saw the gap in the offside there, took that one. And it is now a question of who can hold their nerve the better. Didsbury have got plenty of time. So they don't need to rush in that regard. It's just purely and simply if they can keep their wickets intact. There's only 2 left for Brooklands to take. AJ Hart's final delivery of another marathon spell. 3 for 52 he's taken. Nicely driven up to mid-off. So that's concludes that over safely. At least Didsbury have survived that one. 141 for 8 after 33. And AJ Hart 3 for 52 from 17 overs. See his part in that Didsbury Partnerships card, where it's just shrunk less and less as we've got on. Wickets falling in quick succession and setting up this finale that we have, with Brooklands now clear favourites really. 2 wickets to get. And Didsbury still a long way shy, 24, that's a lot in this kind of situation. Conditions are beautiful, good, there's no issues with that. It's just purely and simply the pressure. So I see a big discussion taking place there about where the fielders need to be. Brooklands players taking their time, working out who they want where. They've got a man out on the cover boundary, deep square leg boundary. But, might be in danger of being ready for a ball here, right? We'll see. I think we are, right. So it's all part of the tactics, I think, for Kevin, is to take a bit of time out of the game, make the batsman wait. That's a nice shot from Liam Booth. He's driven that beautifully. There's going to be 2 at least here. That's field it carefully. Make sure that he stops the ball from going over the boundary. So nicely hit Liam Booth, a couple for him. But another delay while we have a change in the field. Positions of fielders this time. Single there for Liam Booth. And they are using the over situation to their advantage, Brooklands. They're taking an age over sorting this out. Almost every ball is a field adjustment. 2 balls in 2 minutes we've had. But it's not going to harm them in terms of over rate issues at all. It's just all purely a bit of psychology, but also they wanted to take their time and apply the maximum amount of pressure that they can. Side, swing and a miss from Steve Green, so 3 off that over. You can see those 4 circles, the 4 wickets in blue in the Didsbury innings, the key part. 4 for 14. under 5 overs. I'd imagine Rob, will it? Yeah, it's Rob Leach. Changing ends, Rob Leach. He had 5 overs earlier, 1 for 20 from this end nearest to us. So he's going to have to change ends. There's the field adjusts again. So we've got a slip, a gully, point on the boundary, and deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Got a fine leg. And the field's in the circle, both sides of the wicket as Leach is in.
Go, Bobby. Go, Bobby. Hope so. Bobby!
Nicely flicked away, that'll be a single for Liam Booth. AJ Hart into action. 145, 20 more still needed for Didsbury. Reorganising taking place. At, 2 overs in 9 minutes. And all this chopping and changing. But there's a lot riding on it for both teams, so understandable. They want to take the time. It's a lovely evening, so not really a disadvantage to either side. Just a single for Steve Green there. Pushed out nicely. Yeah, he's caught him. He's caught. Liam Booth's caught at slip. Kevin Carroll, what a catch. Yeah, he's probably one of the 2 players who could have caught that. That was low, that was fast. Just wondering if Didsbury were going to negotiate the over safely. But Liam Booth has fallen, caught at slip. Brilliant catch from Kevin Carroll. And Brooklands just a wicket away now from sealing an incredible win. Tom McGowan, the last man for Didsbury. comes out. That really was a super catch. And one-handed diving effort. Didn't get many runs, Kevin, but 3 wickets, and now that superb catch, which has put his side on the brink of a quite fantastic win. Didsbury still 19 away.
You're on our side now, yeah. The away fans. That was a ridiculous catch as well. No, I don't know. That was a different guy.
And it really is now all on the shoulders of Steve Green. What will he do? Tom McGowan will feel he can support him. So Kevin Carroll, the man of the moment. Into Steve Green. Brooklands now. They've still got the well, they've got 3 men out. So giving them a single anywhere they want, they might want to put more back. Steve Green's hit that hard, but it's only going to be a single. In fact, he's refused the run. So that's a strange decision for me. It's an easy run there, but they've refused it. Must be, I can't understand that tactic, I must admit, but there we are. Nicely done by Steve Green, that's what he was looking for. He's going to get a couple down there in the shadows to third man. 2 for him, 148 for 9. Adjusting, more pausing. He's taking the run this time. In fact, he's going to get 2. Oh, that's gone for 4. A bad misfield on the boundary there. It's got to be for the shouting. It looked like it had tripped and slippled. Can't tell, and the important thing is the umpire's not single anything, so that's 2 runs for Steve Green. I beg your pardon, correction, 3 runs, thanks for was, yeah, 3 runs in the end. They sorely appealing that the ball had gone, although the Didsbury was correct, yes. Just wanted to check there were 2 left. So that brings the 150 up for Didsbury, and that's 3. And now the real pressure for Tom McGowan, number 11 for Didsbury. And close in there, you can see. A huge shout, but umpire Chris Hyde unmoved. You can see the Brooklands players are gassed. Coming round the wicket, it's probably going down the leg side from that angle, we would think, but anyway, it's a dot ball, it's more pressure. Oh, big full toss there, and Tom McGowan is grateful he can just pat that one back. So, the end of over 36, 15149. See the clatter of wickets that has befallen Didsbury. Such a good looking position at 125 for 4. But, lost 5 for 21 in 8 overs. Well, we'll see. He's got still 14 runs to play with. Plenty of runs with the last pair in. Getting the over it. I'd say the umpires must have been just this. Time wasting is a little bit. I'm not sure it's not being done intentionally. They're trying to just get everything absolutely right. Brooklands, they're in a terrific position. It's just taking a bit too long for my liking, all of this. It's not easy for the batsman to settle, but yeah, we'll see. It's Rob Leach into the left-handed. Steve Green has to be right on the money there to dig that one out. So what have we got? We've got long on, we've got deep backward square leg on the boundary, and we've got deep extra cover on the boundary. Mid off, point, very wide gully, Kevin Carroll. Assume we've got a fine leg, I'll check that if I have to in a moment. It's a lovely shot from Steve Green. He's going to get a couple, and runs round from long off. 2 runs for Steve Green. Yeah, we've got fine leg and third man. It's a nicely turned away shot, but that long on turned to be a touch of genius. And now Kevin Carroll is again taking more time out of the game here, coming to chat to the captain, running all the way up from gully. And the umpires have got to be aware of this, surely. I'm not going to get in touch with them, I'll leave them to make their decisions, but this is being dragged out now. We've had 3 overs in 22 minutes. And I know it's a tense situation, a lot riding on it for the teams, but it's a little bit too slow, this, for my liking. Anyway, we'll see if it does upset the batsman's rhythm or not. There's a single anywhere he wants it on the offside, pretty much, Steve Green. And now he's just wandering away to square leg. And this has really slowed the game right down.
Come on, Bobby!
On there, very full delivery. refusing a run there, Steve Green. It's an easy single if they wanted it. Chin again to Green. Nicely hit. Now he's going to take the single this time. One there. So 154, 11 more needed. Tom McGowan, 1 ball to survive in this over. Word of advice from Steve Green.
Come on, lads, pressure on him here. Doggo.
Gowan can write it to the sun now as well, that won't help. Nicely driven though. Firmly up to mid-off, no run. Survived. Tom McGowan, well done you. There you can see that card from Didsbury. That mid-lower order collapse. 5 for 21 they lost. And leaves the match still very delicately balanced. All on Steve Green's shoulders you feel, but Tom McGowan doing his part as well. See the two batsmen chatting there. We're having more chats and more conversations and more. Time to go make boil a kettle or something, or pour yourself a cold one. The time this is taking. AJ Hart now pointing from short fine leg, wanting fielders moved. Kevin Carroll into Steve Green. That's short, and that's going to be going for 4, I think. It has gone for 4. A crucial boundary, Steve Green latching onto a short delivery after all that time being taken to set a field and bowl a ball. He's thumped it for 4 backward of square. AJ Hart unable to stop that, was it far too well. I don't know about you at home, my heart's beating here. Goodness, 7 needed. And slower delivery, nicely flighted. It's never going to be a catch. You can hear the shouting. Oh, he's just slipped on the ball and he's sent Tom McGowan back. He wanted a single, there's no run. The fielder fielding the ball slipped and the ball just trapped between his legs. Goodness, that could have gone through for 4. Tom McGowan wanted 1, Steve Green. He ran 2 there, Tom McGowan. He ran all the way up and all the way back again, sent back, no run. This is really tense stuff. So last ball of this 38th over. Again, more delays. There's never going to be a catch. It's just comfortably down the ground. A single. Steve Green keeps the strike. Yeah. So, end of another very tense over. A good one for Didsbury, 5 from it. That's where Roy's money is. 6 needed, 1 wicket needed. Steve Green, the key man on strike. So, yeah, just to give you that indication, 5 overs in the last half an hour has been, well, I'm sure obviously if I think it's part desperation. Brooklands trying to get it right, understandably, but there's a little bit of gamesmanship there too, possibly. Well, there is for me, because it shouldn't take that long, even with field settings and one thing and another. Anyway, Roy, my colleague, reckons this will be the crucial over. Let's see. Rob Leach in. Didsbury needs 6. Brooklands need a wicket. He's thrashed that, and it's going to be 4 runs. 4 runs for Steve Green. A lovely cover drive. You can hear the shouting. 163.49. 1 to tie, 2 to win. Guys, come out of here. $163 for 9. Goodness me. Didsbury have fought hard. This last pair have added 17, but there's still work to do for Steve Green. 26 not out. You can see that third 4 absolutely crucial. Just leave that alone, please. It's Green in. Oh, might have been a single there. Now everyone's in now. That's tense players' balcony. Come on, Steve. Find that single couple if you can. Rob Leach, holding a good tight line. 3. And they've got a deep backward square leg still. And a fine leg. Nobody out on the cover. Steve Green now taking his time, so he's just making the bowl away. Well, I think everyone's where they need to be. There's not really a lot you can do, guys, other than bring the 2 in if you want. Gosh. Down the pitch, Steve Green hits it, full toss firmly, but straight to mid-on. Oh gosh, just a turn of the wrist on that, it would have been through the gap. Dan O'Gorman's coming up to the stumps with yet more delays as the tension builds. Again, that swung one way and then the other. Steve Green defends. news for the Didsbury 2s at least. Let's just hope that this one is as equally good for Didsbury 1s, but there's still runs in it. They're going to get a single. They're going to get a single. Tom McGowan's called him through. And that is excellent from the Didsbury last pair. The scores are now level. And you can see that crucial crucial last wicket stand of 18. Didsbury, who were looking down and out. Liam Booth fell. Fabulous catch. Sam Youd's back. Yep. And Kevin Carroll, surprisingly for me, has come out of the attack. Yeah. He's brought Sam back. So all of that, all the time that's elapsed. And there's some 35 minutes for these last 6 overs, but the scores are level. So Didsbury now, from having been in a great position at 125 for 4, collapse into 146 for 9, where they would be delighted. I can't understand this field. This isn't right. You can't have a gap that big on the leg side with one wanted. But it is going to be Sam Youd's 4 overs for 36. Has been entrusted with this ball. Trying to get the tie for Brooklands. But Steve Green has done it. And they have completed 1 run, so 1 run it is. It's only 1 run. And Didsbury have won by the narrowest margin, 1 wicket. Oh my goodness, what a tense afternoon that's been. A brilliant single, a brilliant innings from Steve Green, and a fantastic last wicket stand of 19 between Steve Green and Tom McGowan, who stayed as cool as you like. Has really saved Didsbury's bacon. And there you can see that vital 28 not out from Steve Green, winning the game for Didsbury in the 40th over by 1 wicket. They were 125 for 4, then they collapsed to 146 for 9, and really were looking all at sea. But that superb last wicket stand, Steve Green, calmness personified, 28 off 42. Tom McGowan, a very valuable 0 not out, but he ran really well. And that was absolutely heroic from those two. What an effort from them. And we will enjoy the sun and the lovely warm afternoon here at Didsbury as the side and the players celebrate a nail-biting win. Steve Green getting some good applause, and congratulations deservedly so from his teammates. What a terrific match. Swung one way and when the other. Could have been for either side to win. In the end, Didsbury prevailed. Take the 25 points. There you can see a tale of collapses, recoveries, and at the end Didsbury had just enough to win a nail-biting match by 1 wicket. We'll be back tomorrow at Didsbury for the game in the Cheshire Cup against Port Sunlight. Hoping for plenty more sunlight. As you see the match summary there, Brooklands 106 for 8 but getting to 164. Didsbury 146 for 9 but squeaking over the line, 165 for 9. What a match, what an afternoon. Thank you for joining us here. This is James Emerson, the Didsbury scorer, wishing you a pleasant rest